Got a terrific conversation with a photographer who's captured images of the royal family for the past 20 years. He shared with us some of his favorite shots of the Queen. We'll have that for you. Plus, we're going to also have the third hour's chat with the guys of Impractical Jokers. And then a little bit later on, we've got a throwback clip from our vault with the talented and very young Drew Barrymore as the beloved E.T. turns 40. But first, here's today's Pop Start headlines. First up, John McEnroe. We teased it earlier. The polarizing tennis great is the subject of a new documentary that just premiered at the Tribeca Festival, simply titled McEnroe. The film gives us a look at the tennis player's absolutely wild career and sees him reflecting on his past.
You doing your job, umpire?
You're pathetic. How much bigger a point can you screw it up with? Couldn't you see anything?
From New York, John McEnroe.
I was on such an unbelievable high. #1 in the world. I'm the greatest player that's ever played. Why does it not feel that amazing?
John's a perfectionist. In his head, it's never good enough.
I would dwell on tennis matches when I could have been a better dad. That's the worst feeling. You always feel do whatever it takes to win, at any cost.
Championship to McEnroe.
Is it all worth it?
Real good.
good.
I can't wait.
You know how like athletes now wear the wear, like they know their heart rate at any time?
Yeah.
Imagine if he had that in his day. I mean, he must have been like...
It would have broken.
Yeah, it just would have like popped off his wrist.
Yeah, that's right.
McEnroe premieres on Showtime September 2nd. Definitely want to check that out. Next up, Stanley Tucci. We all know him as a talented actor with scene-stealing roles in movies like The Devil Wears Prada and The Hunger Games, but he's also become known as quite the foodie, as shown in his incredible documentary series that I would love to be able to do. It's called Searching for Italy. He travels to Italy's 20 regions and just samples pasta and eats tomatoes and cheese. And he's also been, now a bit of a food expert, especially on Italian food. So when Today.com asked Mr. Tucci his thoughts on pineapple pizza, he did not hold back. Regarding the fruit as a pizza topping, Stanley Tucci said, "I have no thoughts on it. It's so repellent. Were I to think of it, I might not survive. It's just gross." Adding, where does it come from? Like, who's the guy who said this is a good idea?
Attaboy, Mr.
Pizza.
Tucci.
Anybody?
Agreed. Co-signed.
You like
I agree.
pineapple on pizza?
Look, I like sweet and savory.
Okay.
Do you like M&Ms in your popcorn?
It's not my jam, no.
That's
Yeah,
not
you know what?
Salt and sweet. I like those. That
If you
combo.
like it, it's fine. You're not
I agree
forcing
with that.
somebody else to eat it. Go with
Just
that.
debating.
Yeah, but we don't like it.
I don't like to
I
see
don't like it.
Good for you.
But did you eat a Hawaiian pizza like from Domino's when you were a kid?
No. You did?
And like you did? I did, yeah.
Yeah, of
And no one ever said that was a bad thing to do.
California thing.
Exactly.
It's just
Yeah,
not-
California Pizza Kitchen, that
That's
barbecue
exactly
chicken.
right.
You
Right.
know?
Yeah.
Sweet,
Different
savory,
type of
come on.
pizza. Next up,
All right.
this is incredible. We're hearing more and more about Austin Butler, who's the young actor who took on the role of Elvis Presley in this upcoming biopic. I mean, this was before COVID. He was casted.
Yeah.
He went method. He's got pictures. Really studied. Not only does he look like Elvis, as you've seen in the trailer, this whole movie is going to span a lot of the King's career, including, of course, the early days in the music industry. We're hearing now that Austin Butler sounded exactly like Elvis, too. Not just looked like him, but sounded him. We've got proof. Presley's granddaughter, Riley Keough, revealed Butler singing some of the early vocals of Elvis. So what we have here is a behind-the-scenes video of him singing That's All Right. This is behind the scenes. We didn't show up, but in the scene, like, you see crew members, like, walking in front of them. So it's him and, like, the trio, and they're just, like, jamming. And you can see how Austin is just,
Didn't
like,
you see it?
becoming
Can I tell you?
Elvis.
I saw it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
It is incredible.
It looks
it's
incredible.
Tom Hanks is off the chain as the colonel,
Yeah.
playing his manager. I didn't know so many things in that came into play.
It got like a 12-minute standing ovation in Cannes.
It's going to be amazing.
Elvis hits theaters on June 24th. Quickly, Sesame Street is coming to the stage this fall. All of our favorite pals from the classic kids show is going to be featured in a new off-Broadway production. Elmo, Abby Cadabby, Cookie Monster, Grover, and all of them, all the fan favorites. Sesame Street songs will be sung in addition to some new numbers that were written just for this show. Producers saying the production is going to appeal to fans of all ages when it opens to audiences in September. We're pretty sure we know some people who would like to go to this.
Got it.
Man, can't wait to see Elmo accept his Tony.
All right, and a few more headlines for you. First up, My buddy Sean Diddy Combs, the music mogul, is set to be honored with a Lifetime Achievement Award at this month's BET Awards. The three-time Grammy winner is known for hits like I'll Be Missing You, Bad Boys for Life, and so many more. He also founded Bad Boy Records in the 90s. He created the successful clothing line Sean John. BET saying that Combs has been breaking barriers, blazing new trails, and, quote, in so doing, raising the bar for all of us. Congratulations to Diddy on that one. Now to Lady Gaga, who may be getting into the comic book movie world. A sequel to the 2019 mega hit Joker, which starred Joaquin Phoenix, actually won him an Oscar for Best Actor, is on the way and could be coming a little sooner than we think. Director Todd Phillips posting this photo of Phoenix reading the script for the sequel, which is called Joker Folie à Deux. And now the Hollywood Reporter has revealed not only will the movie be a musical, but Lady Gaga is in early talks to take on the role of Harley Quinn, Joker's on-again, off-again crime partner. Margot Robbie played, of course, that role in recent years. This would be a different take on the Harley Quinn character. It could be Lady Gaga. We'll see how it all comes together. And that's the latest you need to know. Just ahead, a royal photographer reflects on 20 years of capturing photos of the Queen.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Welcome back to Pop Start Plus. You know they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. And a royal photographer for Getty Images has the proof of that. He has the proofs of the proof of that, to be specific. Chris Jackson is his name, and he's been doing this gig for 20 years, capturing moments, both big and small, of the British royal family. And in the wake of this month's big Platinum Jubilee celebration, he spoke to us about some of his favorite shots of Her Majesty.
I've been photographing the royal family for 20 years, and as we head into the Queen's Platinum Jubilee weekend, it's fantastic to look back at some of my favourite moments of the Queen and with her family. Absolutely, the Queen is my favourite person to photograph. She's just got this incredible aura and presence to her, and I think what is so special about that, she really understands what it means to the people she's meeting on the day, how important it is to them. For her, it's just another day's work, but for them, it's the moment they meet the Queen in their lives. And I think, you know, we look at her wearing bright colours, she stands out in a crowd. Some people only catch a glimpse of her, other people get to shake her hand. And I think the realisation of what she represents and what she means to other people is clear to her. And for me as a photographer, she's just incredible to photograph, and every opportunity to have is special and a really amazing experience. So that's what makes it quite unique. There's one of the Queen which I really like, which she's in kind of a purple dress, and she's got a kind of slightly unusual expression. This particular photo is one of my favourite photographs for the Queen because it's slightly unusual, and it really kind of illustrates what is so important about photographing the Queen. It was taken in an opening of a maternity ward at the Lister Hospital, and there's a lovely background and the lights falling in a nice soft way, and it almost looks like it was taken in the studio. And the reason that I find this very special is every sort of day-to-day royal engagement, you may or may not get a picture that stands out in the royal collection for sort of tens or maybe even, if you're lucky, hundreds of years to come. And this was just a sort of day-to-day royal engagement, but everything came together in a moment to create something a little bit different. And that's what I love about photographing the Queen. You know, she is this iconic, historic person. If the light falls in the right way, if you're lucky to get a nice background, something a little bit different, you might get an image that sort of lives on in the collection. And, you know, that certainly doesn't happen every day. But of course, you know, we're looking forward to the Platinum Jubilee weekend and the 4-day bank holiday in the UK that we're going to be celebrating. There's so many events to look forward to, but the actual day of the Queen's accession, the passing of her father, was the 6th of February, and this picture sort of represents that moment. And it's the Queen working on her iconic red box where she gets her notes and letters and where she does her work. And she's up at Sandringham in Norfolk, somewhere she feels, you know, incredibly relaxed. That's what stood out for me. And, you know, it's always an honour to be asked to take any photograph like this. So it was very special. So Trooping the Colour, the Queen's official birthday, is really one of the most important moments of the year for a royal photographer. And it's one of those kind of touch points where we see the royal family together on the balcony watching the fly past. But we see them, we look back year after year, and it's like a reference point, I suppose. You watch the children grow up and you see the Queen at the centre of this growing family, and it's the look on the royals' faces as they look up as the RAF fly above them is really special. So it's definitely all the pomp and ceremony and the best that Britain has to offer on the day. This particular photograph I took at Trooping the Colour. It was a kind of pared down Trooping the Colour in the grounds of Windsor Castle, in the quadrangle of Windsor Castle during COVID. And of course, it wasn't the normal Trooping the Colour, which of course is the Queen's official birthday celebrations. But this enabled me to sort of capture a slightly more creative moment, I suppose, using slow shutter speed and getting the soldiers marching past the Queen. And it's quite difficult as a royal photographer to try and create something a little bit different because you're so constrained by time and often sort of positioning. But this was something a little bit different, and I was kind of happy with the result. So that was something a little bit more creative. This is one of my favourite photographs of the Queen and Prince of Wales and Duchess of Cornwall. So taken at the Highland Games, which is one of my favourite events to photograph up in Scotland, where the Queen and members of the royal family spend their summers. Clearly somewhere the Queen feels incredibly relaxed. And this particular photo was taken, I think, during the tug of war, during the Barrymore Highland Games. I think the team had just fallen over, and the Queen and the Prince of Wales, Duchess of Cornwall, and the Duke of Edinburgh burst into hysterics. And it was just such a lovely moment, and it's definitely one of my favourite ones, the highlight of the year. Yeah, so it was a real privilege to take the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh's 73rd wedding anniversary photograph in Windsor Castle in the Oak Room. You know, and it was during a difficult time after a COVID lockdown, and to see the Duke's face when he opened a card from his great-grandchildren, Prince George, Princess Charlotte and Prince Louis. And it was that link between the generations at a time that was really difficult for people during COVID. And, you know, it's a more candid picture, and I think it tells more of a story. But to reach a 73rd wedding anniversary for any couple is an amazing achievement. The Queen has a lifelong love of animals, and dogs and horses in particular. And of course, she's had her corgis and her doggies, and there's some lovely photographs of the Queen with her dogs, and it's clearly something that makes her happy. And of course, horses, we see her at Royal Ascot at the Windsor Horse Show, and this is something that certainly makes her happy. And her passion for horse racing is probably, you know, absolutely her number one pastime, and that can't be denied. So it was fantastic to see her this year when it's been a little bit more difficult for her to attend events with her mobility issues. So there were some lovely photographs of the Queen watching the event from her car. I suppose one of the special things about being a royal photographer is watching and documenting the royal families, watching the changes, watching them grow. For me, the most incredible thing has been photographing, you know, royal births and christenings. There's nothing more exciting than that, you know, moments of national celebration. A new member of the royal family, it could be the birth of Prince Louis or Prince George. And of course, you know, milestones for the Queen, such as the Diamond Jubilee. It goes to show how the Queen has this incredible ability to bring together the nation. We'll all remember her speech during COVID and how she was broadcast into the living rooms of the nation. She really inspired everyone to try and look on the positive side of things, and she has that amazing ability and unique ability. So I have such fond memories of the Diamond Jubilee. So looking back at that period and how, you know, the whole nation was celebrating this moment and this period. And this is why I'm looking forward so much to the Platinum Jubilee, because being a royal photographer, being at the forefront of these moments of kind of national and global celebration, you know, people all around the Commonwealth, it's just amazing. It's such a feel-good factor, and I'm so looking forward to photographing all the different events for the Platinum Jubilee. It's going to be a really busy weekend, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Some incredible work there, and a big thanks to Chris for sharing those photos and all of his talents with us. Coming up next, the hilarious guys from Impractical Jokers.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
And we're back. If you've ever seen Impractical Jokers, you're familiar with the show's hosts, Brian Q. Quinn, James Murray, and Sal Vulcano. And now there are new episodes of their hidden camera show to enjoy, and they spoke to our third hour all about them.
We are back now with three funny friends, James Murray, Brian Q. Quinn, it's weird to say it in the middle of your name, and Sal Vulcano, also known as the Impractical Joker.
Oh, yes, for nearly a decade, they have been cracking us up with their hilarious, sometimes cringeworthy hidden camera pranks.
It's the one show all five of us in my family will sit down and watch. They're back with new episodes from their 9th season. Oh, my goodness, this week. This time, some special guests get involved in their punishments, including when SNL's Colin Jost set in for a high-stakes spelling bee.
She's ready, and she knows how to spell. Brian, your word is kyphoplasty.
Oh my God, look at this dog, cannot wait. You got bandages nearby? K-Y pho? P-H-O? P-L-S-T-I-I-C-Y.
Ooh, I'm so very sorry. That is incorrect.
Wait, don't end it there.
Oh.
Well, we know he survives.
Yeah. Sal, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Good morning. Good to see you guys.
It's so nice to have you guys here. I remember, Mur, it was 7 years ago. You were celebrating your 100th episode, and we got to learn how to walk a tightrope.
You did much better than I did. I was terrible.
Well, then you guys, did it for real. But, here we are. You're in the second half of the 9th season. You're about to film your 10th season. How do you keep coming up with new stuff? How do you do it?
I just keep a log of their tendencies, and then I work against that.
It never ends. It's just like any day that we think of anything, I write it in my notes, and then we bring it the next day. Like, I saw this happen. Let's do it too. They electrocuted me this season. Ouch. So, the ideas can keep coming. You know what I mean?
Usually you can only do that once.
Actually, we might be running out if we're at electrocution.
Yeah, exactly.
That might be the bar. To what you guys did to me. They had me put an adult apparatus in my posterior section that they controlled via an iPad. And it had 4 settings: smooth jazz, earthquake, tsunami, and hurricane.
Oh my God! He was on a television panel much like this, and no one was the wiser.
Oh my God! Yeah. Except for Method Man, who was sitting right next to him, cracking up at him every time he started going.
Oh wow! One of your Staten Island pals.
Yes.
Yeah. We had to get him on when we started inviting guests on. I mean, he's been a hero to us our entire life, so we had to get Method Man. He was great.
So I would imagine not every one of these setups always lands well.
Yeah.
Now, why would you say that, Al?
Well, I understand there's a couple of examples of that in this season.
Of it not working well?
Yeah.
Well, there was a former one where we had to baby talk to... all right, so you know how people baby talk to children?
Right.
The idea was that we'd have to baby talk to adults, and if they baby talk back to us, you win. And so we're like, where can we do this? So we went to a children's park, because that's where the children are with the adults. And the only thing is that we didn't have kids. And after a few moments of... Because we were going to talk to the kids and then transition to the adults, and then they called was it the SWAT team?
Yeah.
It was like out of a movie.
It was basically like 10 cop cars came right away because someone was like, there's just random dudes in here, baby.
I gotta be honest with you, though. That makes me feel a little safer. I mean, I feel like the cops should have been called.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, in this city, they're all over if it's baby talk. They're all over.
Yeah. I love it. Go ahead.
No, I was good. No, you go ahead.
Well, you mentioned Method Man. I was looking at and we just showed Colin Jost. But then you have Brooke Shields.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like everybody now wants to be a part of the magic.
I'm putting this out there for the world to see. Michael Bolton, if you're out there, we're big fans. Come on, Impractical Jokers, please.
Michael Bolton, if you're watching, and we know that you are.
Joe Gatto, this is the first batch of episodes you guys have done without Joe. We know that he said he was leaving the show for, to focus on his personal life. Can you tell us how he's doing? Is he okay?
Yeah, we talk to him daily, really. He's doing great. He's out. He's doing a tour now. You can go see him on that. Yeah, he just needed a little more time off, and he's taking it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's doing good.
You guys describe, the humor between you all as being able to punch sideways.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that? Well, how important is it to poke fun at yourself?
It's the most important thing. We've said that's the way, because we grew up in the '90s, so things are a little different. That the way we tell each other that we love each other is by making fun of each other. We don't say nice things to each other, but we tell each other that we love each other. Yeah.
I understand that. People make fun of me for teasing him, and it's
it's the only way to do it. So we say we don't punch up, we don't punch down, we punch sideways.
We're always the butt of the
When you guys first started the show, did you ever imagine it would be the hit that it is?
We imagined this exact reality.
This is going to plan right now. We said we'd be on the show today.
This is how you knew it would be.
As you get ready for next season, who would be your dream guest?
Besides Michael Bolton.
I've been trying to get Bruce Campbell from the Evil Dead movies, Sam Raimi's guy. He's been my hero since I was a kid, so I've been trying to get him, but so far nothing. But Bruce. If you're watching, and we know you are, please.
I'll put out just a cast of line to Melissa McCarthy and Jack Black.
Wow. All right, there you go. You should have been on the show last week.
Here.
Anyway, guys, thank you so much.
Thank you. This is a blast.
And don't forget, Impractical Jokers returns to True TV this Thursday, June 16th, 10 p.m. Guest star Colin Jost.
Great to hear from that daring trio. They're so funny. Up next, from our vault, Drew Barrymore, from her Back in the E.T. days, which, if you can believe it, celebrates 40 years.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys. Did you feel calm?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys. Did you feel calm?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
And we're back now on Popstar Plus. This year, as I teased, marks 40 years since the beloved movie E.T. hit movie theaters. So today we thought it'd be fun to revisit the 80s with a great clip from our vault featuring a very young Drew Barrymore, who of course played the adorable Gertie in E.T.
One of the most popular movies in the history of motion pictures, E.T., and one of its stars, Miss Drew Barrymore, who is with us this morning. So what kind of a watch have you got there?
Well, it's actually E.T.
It's an E.T. watch. Yes. How many times have you seen the movie?
Seen it 10, 11 and a half times.
Tell me about the half a time.
Well, we got locked out of a studio.
You got locked?
We went to this screening at Universal, and it was like 1 minute late. Actually, it started 1 minute early.
Naturally.
So we got there on time, but they didn't tell us they started 1 minute early. So the extras that played the stunt boys on E.T., they got locked out too. So my mom was pounding on the door until someone came.
Do you remember how you got the role in E.T.?
Well, they interviewed me for Poltergeist first, and she said she's not really like the girl who's in the part, in the script. So Kathy Kennedy, the producer of E.T., said, well, maybe she's right for E.T., because he was doing E.T. and Poltergeist at the same time. So he interviewed me for E.T., and he said I'm much more like the girl in E.T., and he said she's just right. So I got the part.
I was talking to Stephen not long ago, and he said that when you auditioned for Poltergeist, you had to scream, and you didn't feel like screaming. But then he remembered you, and when you came back to audition for E.T., he explained to you that you would also have to scream at least once in E.T. when you see E.T., and he said, you go home. What did he tell you exactly? Did he tell you to go home and practice screaming?
Well, it was kind of hard at the time because I got sick.
Oh.
So I tried real hard to scream, and he didn't say practice because he didn't want me to lose my voice.
Oh.
So I said, okay. He said, but I said, I'll be as prepared as possible.
So did you scream pretty well?
Yes.
Can you scream anytime you feel like it? Could you scream if I asked you to scream? Let's hear you scream. That's a pretty good scream. Wow. I may not hear the rest of this interview. It's a very good scream.
Thank you.
When you were in England, you met Princess Diana and Prince Charles, huh?
Yes.
Tell me what that was about.
Well, I went to England, and I had to do the premiere for the opening in England, and the Princess Di walked to me, and I was waiting for my turn. So she finally came to me, and I presented her an E.T. doll. And Henry presented her flowers. And Prince Charles came and said, hello, Drew. And then, he laughed like Santa Claus. He is a very nice man, too.
Prince Charles laughs like Santa Claus? Really?
And at one point, he just could not take it. He laughed so hard. At one point, Princess Diana had to pat him on the back, calm him down, and she whispered to Stephen something, and he said, yes, I know.
This is during the movie?
Yes,
Uh-huh.
in England, the premiere.
Drew Barrymore, I hope you have a wonderful life.
Thank you.
And a wonderful career.
Thank you.
And I thank you very much for visiting with us here on Today.
Well, that's okay. I had very much fun.
Talk about a throwback. And of course, we love Drew around here. So congratulations to Drew and everybody associated with ET. 40 years, that's hard to believe. All right, that's going to do it. Popstar Plus is done. Another one in the books. We hope that you'll come back. Join us again a little bit later this week. We're going to go behind the scenes with the director of the #1 movie in the country right now, Jurassic World Dominion. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome to Wellness Today. I'm Chanel Jones and we are bringing you some important wellness news to kick off the start of summer. We'll share details about recent medical studies with tips on how you and your family can stay healthy. Then learn to strengthen every step with a few easy exercises that will transform your daily walk. Plus, we'll learn why it matters to have an LGBTQ friendly medical provider. And I tried a popular form of relaxation for the first time. It is everything you need to know to take care of your physical and mental wellness this month. Research publishes every day, but what does that mean for you and your family? Joining us to explain everything from extreme heat risk to camp safety is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. She's here to break down the details of these medical studies and how they impact our day-to-day life. I'm so happy we're doing this. Quite often we hear about studies, but then we don't hear the details behind them, and these are really good ones. Yeah. So let's start with the first one. It's associated with extreme heat and what it does for mortality rates.
Right, I know. So the extreme heat has been increasing now for a number of years. In fact, many states in this country are experiencing days that are over 90 degrees, many of them more than before. We have basically, usually we have a summer season of heat. It's starting earlier and it's lasting later. And this is really significant. So this was a research out of Penn that actually looked at this kind of stuff. And the things that we want to talk to people about here are the signs of heat stroke and what you can do about them. So it's important, Chanel, right? I think most people have a misconception that if you are having a heat stroke that your skin is going to be very wet because you're sweating a lot.
Yes.
And that's actually not true. Your skin actually becomes very dry, very red, and very hot. You know, the #1 symptom of a heat stroke is a core temperature of 104 degrees or more. But guess what? Most of us don't have a digital thermometer. Right, exactly. So obviously fainting, feeling dizzy, things like that, and having that dry skin are signs and symptoms of a heat stroke. Okay. So what do you do for a heat stroke? The #1 thing, and I really want viewers to understand this, is to call 911 first. Because if you suspect a heat stroke, you need to get that person medical attention quickly.
I think people underestimate the severity of it. Exactly. They can just, cool down and it'll be okay.
But you don't want to do that. Always err on the side of caution. And then you move the person into a cool shaded area, remove as much clothes as you can, and then a little trick that I think is so helpful. Let's say you're at a picnic and you have ice packs, right? You put them under the neck, put them in the groin and under the arms. A lot of blood vessels there.
Wait, under the neck.
Under the arm.
Under the arms.
And in the groin. And there's a lot of blood vessels in those areas, and that can help people cool down. You're not supposed to put people in an ice bath.
Which people do.
They do. The only people who can really do that are people who are like athletes who just did a vigorous, a run or something like that, and they can handle it, but most people should not be put in an ice bath.
Those are the kind of things we'll always remember that now. I know I will. All right, so moving on to another study that grabbed our attention, summer camp safety. A lot of parents obviously preparing to send their kids to summer camp. I know I am. We all want our kids to have fun, but we also want to make sure they're safe.
Yes.
What does the research say?
So this was a study out of the University of Michigan, and they polled parents, and you're gonna be a little bit surprised by these statistics. Less than 50% of parents who were polled said that camp safety was a priority for them. And only 1 in 10% said COVID precautions were important. You want to know what the most important things were?
What?
Cost, location, and activity. So it's kind of like, well, where are your priorities, guys? But I get it, right? We've all sent our kids to camp. There's a lot of things to take into consideration. One of the things that I think is really important to understand is that camps will say whether or not they're accredited by the American Camp Association. But you want to follow that up and confirm that they really are. And a really great resource is the American Academy of Pediatrics website. It's called healthychildren.org.
Okay.
They have numerous resources about camp and camp safety. Like, you know, think of your kids, right? Like my daughter has migraines. Is the camp equipped to handle that? Are they equipped to handle the mental health needs of your children? These are all things you want to know, right? You're entrusting,
especially if it's a sleepaway camp.
Especially if it's a sleepaway camp.
Yeah.
So a lot of good information out there for parents.
All right, the third study, team sports and mental health. Speaking of summer activities, it looks at the connection between team sports and mental health in our kids.
Yes.
This is a hot topic.
Hot topic on so many levels. So this was a study, again, this was from Cal State. They looked at kids between the ages of 9 and 13, and they found that the children who participated in a team sport had better mental health parameters, let's say, in terms of anxiety, depression, and stuff like that, as opposed to kids who either were not in sports or who were participating in, an independent kind of sport.
Okay.
But I think immediately we might say, okay, that's important, team sports are important, but what about all these news things that we're hearing?
That's what I was thinking, I'll be honest.
Exactly.
I mean, it seems like we're hearing about the pressure, especially for college athletes. Or,
So when does good cross over and become not so healthy? So, it's kind of like a little bit of that Goldilocks, right? Not enough isn't good, but maybe too much isn't good either. And experts say that for sure the college athlete has a tremendous amount of pressure and stress, right? They're managing school and travel, and they have to keep up their scholastic and their athletic performance. So they have some unique challenges, but I think this is a lesson for all of us. And Chanel, I know you have kids who are teens as well. A lot of pressure for these kids to perform athletically. We need to be paying attention to their mental health too, and not just to assume that they're okay with all the stress that we're putting on them.
That is so important. Okay, another important story, the study that grabbed our attention, speaking of kids, it talks about the dangers of inappropriate antibiotic use with kids. We've heard that sometimes we overuse them. We call the doctor and we say, can you give me an antibiotic for my kids?
Right. So there's a few different things that are concerning about overuse of antibiotics. One, of course, is antibiotic resistance, right? We know that's a big thing. Expenditures, you're going to the doctor, you're missing school, you're missing work, right? I mean, there's a lot of dollars that go into this that are unnecessary. And also people have side effects from taking antibiotics. There are actually numerous ones. And probably one of the biggest things that I find that is a problem is that kids are getting antibiotics maybe for a virus, and they never needed it in the first place. And guess what? They get a rash. And then they live their entire life saying, I have a rash to penicillin. That sticks with them through their adult lives. That's a big, big problem. The take home, I think, for parents here is that you need to advocate for your children, and not to discount the importance and the role of the pediatrician in making a diagnosis and treating appropriately, but you as the parent need to say, just want to make sure my kid really needs this antibiotic, right?
So it's a two-way street. It's not always the parents saying we want it. Sometimes the doctors just prescribe it.
Exactly. And you have to advocate for the kids, right? Because they're young and they can't do it themselves.
Another good one, a survey that finds that most men think they are healthier than others. And let's talk about those annual health screenings. Father's Day is coming up. It's so important.
Right. So this is a Harris poll. I love these stats. So 33% of men polled said that they don't need to go to the doctor every year.
33%.
33%. 65% said that they thought they were healthier than like the average guy next to them. 38% get their health information on social media, and 38% put their pets' health before theirs.
Wow.
Aren't those interesting numbers?
We have some work to do, but yet I believe it.
I know.
Sure.
But here's the thing. So do you actually have to see the doctor every year? Believe it or not, the literature's a little bit mixed on that as to whether or not seeing your doctor every single year is necessary. I would say in middle age it becomes much more necessary. You do want to establish that relationship. It's always easier to take care of someone when they're sick when you know them when they are healthy.
You're so good.
You're so lovely.
Dr. Azar, now she should actually go help with patients.
I'm going to go see my patients
now.
now.
Thank you. Good information.
Thanks,
for sure. Thank you. All right, coming up, the exercises to help you take every moment in stride. And later, I'm hooked. I loved it. I tried a sound bath for the very first time. We're going to tell you all about it, all that and more just ahead on Wellness Today.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
you'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back with Wellness Today, wellness news you can use. It is Walking Month here at the Today Show. Research suggests that there are endless physical and mental health benefits to taking a walk, from lowering your resting heart rate to feeling more energized. Our dear friend Al Roker even walked his way to the finish line of the Brooklyn Half Marathon. Now, fitness expert Stephanie Mansour is going to help you put your best foot forward with a few strength exercises.
Thanks, Chanel. I'm Stephanie Mansour, and I'm so excited that you've joined us during our month-long walking challenge. I want to show you a few exercises that'll help you build strength and avoid injuries as you take more and more steps each day. First, we're going to start with a squat. Start with your feet as wide as your hips. We're going to pull the abs in and sit back as if you're about to sit back into a chair. Now, I'm going to show you this from the side, but I want you to make sure that when you're looking down at your toes, your knees do not go past your toes. That's a common mistake. So we want to keep the knees back, lead with the glutes, sink the tailbone down, pull the abs in to support the low back, press down through the heels to stand up. Next, we're going to move on to our marching bridge. So we're going to lie down on our backs and come into a bridge position. Now, this works the hamstrings and the glutes, which are important for helping you walk more efficiently and effectively. So in this position, with the feet close to the hands, we're going to slowly lift the hips up. The lower back comes off the ground and the middle back. You want to make sure to pull your belly button in towards your spine like someone's touching you with a sharp object and you're trying to pull that navel in, because this is going to help us with stability in the core and also make sure that we're not dumping and putting pressure on the low back. You only have to lift up about an inch or two, or if you're more advanced, you can lift up higher. Pull your abs in and keep your hip bones steady rather than shaking from side to side as you do this move. We need to really keep it stable and in control. Next, we're gonna move into a plank and then a downward facing dog. So coming into a plank position, we're gonna start on our hands and knees and line the shoulders up over the wrists. From here, we're gonna tuck the toes under and lift the hips up into a plank position. Pull the abs in and reach the heels towards the back of the room. Make sure that your back is in a straight line. For a modification, you can lower down onto your knees. Then from the plank position, we're gonna pull the abs in and lift up and back into a downward facing dog. Press down through the hands and externally rotate the shoulders as you reach the hips up and reach the heels towards the ground. Now for a modification here, you can open the hands a little wider, fan the fingers out, and open the feet wider and bend the knees. If you want to do the full modification, you'll go from the half plank right here, and then you'll tuck the toes under, lift the hips up, and press back with the hands open wide, the knees bent, and the tailbone reaching up towards the ceiling. Not only are we building that core strength, but we're also building that flexibility in the backs of the legs. Now next, we're gonna do a seated oblique twist, and that's gonna help us with the internal and external obliques, which are great when we're walking and pumping those arms. So sitting up nice and tall, hands behind your knees, take a deep breath in, and then exhale, pull the abs in and roll down just slightly. Have the hands at the center of your chest, and then twist to one side, back through center, twist to the other, back through center. For an added bonus, you can squeeze those inner thighs together to really work your entire core. Next, we're gonna stand up and move into one of my favorite exercises, which is a knee raise into a backwards leg lift. So we're working on hip flexor mobility here. So if you're looking to take longer strides or if you're looking to walk faster, building that strength and the mobility is key to helping your walk feel better. So hands on the hips, we're gonna lift one knee up at about a 90-degree angle, and then slowly shift your weight forward and extend that leg back into a backwards leg lift. Slowly balance. If you need to, you can touch your toe on the ground. Come up with that knee, 90-degree angle. Pull the abs in, slowly lean forward, reach the leg back, engage the glute and the hamstring. One more on this side, abs in tight to help guide you. Good, and exhale and come to center. And then finally, to round this strength training workout out, we're going to go into calf raises. So standing with your feet as wide as your hips again, hands on your hips, we're gonna lift up onto the tiptoes and lower down. Up onto the tiptoes and lower down. We're strengthening the backs of the legs. So in doing this multifunctional workout routine, we're helping you build lower body and core strength so that you can walk and feel like you're moving more freely. And also, this is gonna enhance your walk and enhance the strength in your entire body.
Thanks, Stephanie. It's never too late to get moving. Join the Start Today community on Facebook and follow along throughout the rest of the month to find inspiration and motivation to get walking. All right, coming up, celebrating Pride Month at the doctor's office. And later, the instruments and melodies that help me find a new level of relaxation. Right after this.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
June is Pride Month, and all month long we're honoring the LGBTQ community. It can be challenging for anyone to find a physician that understands your unique needs, but especially for LGBTQ people. So for that reason, we've invited two experts to talk about best practices for finding a friendly provider for both physical and mental needs. We have Dr. Barbara Warren, the Senior Director of LGBTQ Programs and Policies at Mount Sinai Health System's Office for Diversity and Inclusion, and Dr. Ming-Hao Liu is the director of the Freedman Transgender Program at Lenox Hill Hospital, Northwell Health. Good morning to both of you, or thank you guys. I'm so used to saying good morning on the Today Show. This could be any time of the day. I think it's so important to set this up about, maybe for both of you, the biggest challenges facing the LGBTQ community, because I think sometimes if you're not walking in someone's shoes, you don't even recognize that it is a challenge in the first place. So can you put this in perspective for other people as to why this is so important to discuss?
Absolutely.
So I think one of the biggest challenges is even getting access to a knowledgeable and sensitive provider. We often say that prevention is the best medicine, and if people are not getting access to care, then people in the community are not getting screened for conditions that can be more prevalent, such as heart disease, STDs, including HIV, and certain types of cancers. In addition, I think another major challenge facing the community is mental health and also intimate partner violence.
I didn't even think about that part of it too. So again, you have the physical part of it, and you also have the mental health aspect. What would you say about why this is so important?
I think to follow up on the idea of prevention and getting routine health care, particularly good primary care, so that it doesn't end up being an acute or a crisis in your health. I think one of the things that we really emphasize at Mount Sinai in training our providers, and also is a huge issue in the LGBT community, is the concept and the impact of minority stress. And minority stress is any kind of stress related to being a marginalized or targeted minority, as many LGBTQ people still are. And it's really important for LGBTQ patients and people to understand that even if they have access to great affirmative care and are in pretty good health, the accumulated stress or the secondary stress of worrying about or anticipating discrimination, prejudice, violence, some of the anti-LGBTQ sentiments and laws that are being passed now increases your risk factor for many, many diseases, because what happens is when you get stressed, your heart rate increases. You have cortisol that's sustained over time, and as we know as healthcare providers, that can lead to all kinds of chronic health conditions. So it's really important to be aware of that, and it's important for your providers to be aware of that, particularly when they're doing preventative and wellness care for
It makes a lot of sense. If you can't walk into a physician's office and talk to that physician and be your full self and be honest about your life, your lifestyle, all of those things, that physician can't treat you, effectively. So with that said, Dr. Liu, let's break it down. How should someone go about finding an LGBTQ-friendly provider?
That's a great question. So one can do a basic search on Google, find providers, and research more about the providers and the services they offer. Sites like ZocDoc also offer for people to search on their directory specifically for LGBTQ plus friendly providers. In addition, GLMA, which used to be known as the Gay Lesbian Medical Association, also has a free nationwide provider search tool for LGBTQ plus friendly providers. But really what my patients have found to be perhaps even more helpful is that they go through social media channels such as Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and sometimes Reddit, and they get referrals from other people in the community who've actually seen these doctors or other healthcare providers and been very pleased with the experience.
So then let's take it the next step. Then once you find a provider, how can you ensure that that person is a good fit for you?
Well, one of the things I think that's important is to check out the website of the organization or the healthcare system that provider works for.
Okay.
If they don't have an LGBT-specific page or referral service or information, or they don't advertise themselves, for example, as an LGBT health equality leader, many healthcare systems now ascribe to the LGBT Healthcare Equality Index, which is a national benchmarking survey conducted by the Human Rights Campaign Foundation, which really helps hospitals and healthcare providers put all the things into place that make LGBT healthcare affirmative and effective in their hospitals. Also, to look it up, find out, are they an LGBTQ healthcare equality leader? Do they have an LGBTQ healthcare website? Also, when you get to the office, to look around before you even meet whoever the provider is going to be. Are you asked for your sexual orientation and gender identity, your partner status, on your intake forms? Is there LGBT visual things in the office? Do they have pride flags? Do they have The Advocate, the national LGBTQ magazine, is part of their magazines on display? Do they have pamphlets? All of these are signals that this is an environment that knows that LGBT people come to them. They want it to be visible. They want it to be welcoming. And so those are all clues too. But I agree with Dr. Liu, referrals from knowledgeable providers and also friends in the community can be really, really powerful and important.
That's so helpful. And, you know, we talk about it a lot in the bigger cities, but in some of the rural areas too. I mean, you know, this is obviously people watching all over the country. It's important to try to have those resources. Thank you guys both so much for coming in, Dr. Warren and Dr. Liu. Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course.
All right, when we come back, the transformative relaxation experience that helped me find my inner peace.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys. Did you feel calm?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
Welcome back to Wellness Today. I am so excited to debut a new segment in this show where I'm going to try some of the trends, classes, and activities that I'm most curious about within the wellness space. As the school year comes to a close and I'm shuffling my kids to their end of the year activities, I wanted to see if I could find some inner zen with a sound bath. And it had a profound impact. Take a look. The melodies of the singing bowls and the vibrations of the gong echo through the halls of the Ohm Center on the Upper East Side of Manhattan, where I tried a sound bath for the first time. So let's start with the basics. What is a sound bath?
A sound bath is where you are experiencing being bathed by all the sounds that are created from different kinds of instruments. The goal is to help you enter into a deep state of relaxation. Sound baths are a gateway into deeper meditation.
Suzanne Hill, founder of the Ohm Center and my guide for the sound bath, began meditating on her own at 17. After years of working as an acupuncturist and encouraging her patients to try meditation, she began teaching herself and opened this space in 2019.
What difference are you seeing in the people who you help?
They are so much more relaxed. They seem much, much lighter, like the burdens of the world are lifted. Even if nothing has shifted in the external world, internally, they've cleansed, and so they feel better.
Since this story is about trying a sound bath, what should the takeaway be for people who are interested?
Not to be intimidated by it. It doesn't have to be a spiritual or religious experience. You're just having a relaxation experience.
And before long, it was my time to try and rest.
I am not quite sure what to expect. I'm gonna try, I don't wanna fall asleep, which I can do pretty easily these days, but also am looking forward to feeling something that I haven't felt before. You know, I've meditated before with calm, but I've never done a sound bath, so my heart is open to receive.
I'm gonna have you lie down.
Once I entered the room, Suzanne handed me an eye mask and encouraged me to let go of the worries of the day.
And just allow yourself to sink into the ground. Be aware of the ground supporting your body, so there's no part of you that has to hold yourself up.
Then she began playing, creating a symphony of sounds.
Crystal bowls have a cooler sound, and the alloyed bowls have a warmer sound, and we like to mix them together. We also have a 40-inch symphonic gong, which is very grounding. When you play the gong, it's really about releasing any negativity. Singing bowls are more nurturing and nourishing.
She transferred the bowls to my hands to feel the vibrations as she played. As the sound bath finished, I felt better, and that sense of calm reverberated through the rest of my day.
That was really great.
Yeah.
That was great. It's like I was at a spa.
Music and sound is very healing, and I think that's why people are gravitating to sound baths now. They don't want to intellectually figure out how to feel better. They just want to experience feeling better.
I don't think it was in my head. It's hard to explain, but I really did feel more calm and relaxed, even in the hours and even the couple of days after. After the sound bath, I let what usually bothers me, running around and the hustle and bustle, I let it go. And I'm telling you, I'm really looking forward to going back and doing it again. So if there's one in your area, maybe you should try it. Find some ways, frankly, any way to relax. And I'm glad I got to learn about this one. Thank you for joining me to learn all of the wellness news you can use. I hope you found it inspiring and motivating to learn about how to take care of ourselves and each other as we ease into the official start of summer. I'm Chanel Jones, and we'll see you next time on Wellness Today.
New York City is home to so many iconic foods, but when the city that never sleeps wakes up for breakfast, they want a bagel with a cream cheese schmear piled high with lox.
There's no other city that makes a bagel like a New York City bagel.
I have not had good bagels in any other city.
I came out the womb eating bagels. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. If New York's known for anything, it's its bagels. And we got them all. Everything bagels, rainbow bagels, pumpkin bagels, croissant bagels, and of course you can't have them without a schmear. While the bagel first came from Poland, many food historians say its pairing with salmon and cream cheese originated right here in the Big Apple. In this town, few specialty food shops are as beloved and as historic as Russ and Daughters.
I've been waiting in line probably 15-20 minutes, but it's definitely worth it.
I like the contrast of the flavor. It's like a nice little bagel with salty lox.
Something about the salmon and cream cheese together, like I try to make it at home, but it's nothing compared to Russ and Daughters.
They've been serving premium smoked fish to hungry New Yorkers and folks from around the world for over 100 years. Just a few blocks from the store is the Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Hi, Al.
Hey, how are you?
Welcome to the Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Nice to see you
great
guys.
to have you here.
Thanks for having us. This is beautiful.
Thank you.
Nikki Russ Fetterman and Josh Russ Tupper are the grandchildren of the original Daughters. These cousins are fourth-generation owners, carrying on their family's culinary legacy.
So this is Russ and Daughters. This is our great-grandfather, Joel Russ, who started the business, his wife, Bella, and his 3 daughters. Josh and I have the same grandmother, Anne. She was the youngest of the 3.
Was it unusual at that time for you, because you usually would see so-and-so and sons, but to see Russ and Daughters?
Very unusual.
But, I mean, honestly, if he had had sons, it probably would have been Russ and Sons.
Well, thank goodness he did.
We like to think of him as a feminist, but he was a good businessman.
Joel Russ immigrated from Poland in 1907.
And he started just standing on the streets of the Lower East Side selling schmaltz herring out of a barrel. And a family could feed itself for 2 nights with 1 fish.
In 1914, he opened his first brick and mortar shop, J. Russ National Appetizing. Joel and his wife had 3 daughters, Hattie, Ida, and Ann. When they turned 11, each daughter began working with their dad. What was their relationship like with him? Because he's your dad, but he's also
your boss.
Your boss.
Yeah. And I think he cared more about being the boss and the shopkeeper. He was a new immigrant to this country who was just trying to survive and make a place for his family. And that was his focus. And he saw his children as cheap labor.
The sisters grew up learning all aspects of the business. In 1935, Hattie, Ida, and Ann became Joel's partners. The shop was renamed Russ and Daughters, making it the first in America to bear "and Daughters" in its title. When your great-grandfather decided to start Russ and Daughters, why the Lower East Side?
After Ellis Island, this was the starting off point for the majority of poor Jewish immigrants. This is where they landed and they got their start. And so he was just feeding basic food to other poor immigrants like himself.
At the turn of the century, this neighborhood was one of the most densely populated places on the planet. Many immigrants from all around the world lived in overcrowded tenement buildings, the conditions having a profound impact on their diets.
One of the things about Lower East Side Jewish food is that a lot of food wasn't made at home. When you don't have running water and when you don't have electric or gas stoves, it's really hard to do very much cooking. And so for women who are responsible for feeding their families, they had to get food from push carts, from restaurants, from bakeries.
Joel Russ was one of many vendors catering to this new population. I've always been curious, how did it come about, or from what you've heard, that somebody thought, hey, here's this round bread, we'll put some fish on it, but oh, by the way, before we do, let's put some cream cheese, some dairy on it.
Yeah. First of all, Russ and Daughters is the torchbearer of what's called appetizing. And this is a food tradition born here in New York, and it's the sister food tradition to delicatessen, both of which come up through the Jewish kosher dietary rules. You have to separate fish and dairy from meat. So a delicatessen, strictly speaking, is for meat. The appetizing store is where you go for fish and dairy, things like herring, smoked fish. When we say bagel and lox, most people are, we're referring to a smoked salmon, but the original bagel and lox was not with smoked salmon.
Technically, lox, or belly lox, is salmon cured in salt, which preserves fish without refrigeration. There's no smoking involved, and it's incredibly salty, so it pairs perfectly with tangy cream cheese. But who was the first person to put lox on a bagel?
So no one really knows how bagels, lox, and cream cheese all came together. We know that bagels come from Eastern Europe. We know that lox kind of comes basically from Nova Scotia, kind of. We know that cream cheese is an American food. But what we know is that these things come together as part of a compromise between different generations of American Jews.
Jewish law prohibits cooking with most heat sources on the Sabbath, so the combo of bagels and lox created a filling meal for observant Jews to enjoy on the day of rest.
It's good for a family, but you or your daughter-in-law didn't have to be spending the previous day cooking.
As one of the country's oldest appetizing stores, Russ and Daughters has been serving kosher meals for generations, and the weekends are still their busiest days. I can't think really of anything that's more New York than lox and bagels.
I agree. I think that this is a food that came up through the Eastern European Jewish immigrants to New York. But now it's transformed and just become New York food. It belongs to all New Yorkers.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
In the United States, women own less than 20% of all businesses. At the iconic Russ and Daughters, co-owner Nikki Russ Fetterman is building on the legacy of her grandmother and great aunts. Growing up, you followed in the footsteps of strong women who may not have chosen this, but took it on and obviously made it really successful. What is it like for you following in those footsteps?
It's a tremendous feeling to be now the and great-granddaughter. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a good customer of ours. Her family came from the Lower East Side, and she once said that before she knew the word feminist, when she looked up at the sign, Russ and Daughters, she understood that women could have an impact.
Your family's business, Russ and Daughters, has survived 2 world wars, a depression. You're here in the shadow of the World Trade Center.
Yes.
Why has this place been able to not just survive, but thrive?
I think because in each generation there has been someone who wanted to do this. This is food that people turn to for comfort in hard times. And during the pandemic, we saw that, people were shipping Russ and Daughters all over the country to their loved ones because they couldn't be together. And so sending, Bagels and Lox and Babka say, I love you, I miss you, here, let me feed you.
Having a schmear over Zoom.
Oh, there was a lot of that.
Okay, so you can get smoked fish pretty much everywhere these days, but not quite like this. The salmon sold at Russ and Daughters is prized for its high fat content, from the milder Gaspé Nova to the smokier Scottish. And this gourmet fish is all sliced by hand. When you hold it up, it's almost translucent.
That. Yeah, I think we should show you how we get it that thin.
Yeah, me and a sharp utensil, what could possibly go wrong? It takes up to 6 months of training to master the slicing technique here.
So Al, I hear you have some knife skills.
Well, I've been in a fight or two, but it's probably nothing like yours. So how long have you been slicing salmon?
I've been at the store for 20 years.
Wow.
So I've been slicing for a while.
All right. So I watch people slice, and I'm amazed at how patient, because it seems like that's part of the skill.
The reality is, when you know how to slice, it is one of the most relaxing things you can do.
Very zen.
Very zen.
Ooh.
Meditative, right? The trick is, don't look anywhere on the fish. You have to really feel the fish.
Be the fish.
Be the fish, which is a very difficult concept to train someone.
Understood.
And particularly the first couple slices are, don't be upset if they don't look great. The idea is to make a consistently thick slice. You making faces at me, Al?
No, I'm just watching you not watch the fish. All right.
Okay.
Here we go. Be the fish. Not looking.
You should look.
I should look.
You got a sharp knife in your hand, Al, and you can see that as you change the angle of the knife, it changes the thickness.
Yeah.
Right?
So now that's
drastically, more than you think.
That's more than, oh my gosh, that's a very thick
We call
slice.
those chuletas.
Chuletas?
Yeah. Chops.
Ah.
In Spanish.
I was going to say, that didn't sound Yiddish.
Not
It did
Yiddish.
not sound
Not
Yiddish to
Yiddish.
me.
Yeah.
Does the way you cut it affect the taste of it or the texture of it?
The texture. which affects the experience of the salmon.
It's almost like you're eating the essence of salmon, not salmon.
It's very delicate. It's a very appealing texture and mouthfeel. Yeah, the thinner.
Josh, thanks so much. Nice meeting you.
Such a pleasure to have you.
Smoke them if you got them. Up next, how fresh salmon gets turned into lox.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys. Did you feel calm?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys. Did you feel calm?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm here at the Acme Smoked Fish Factory. Now there is something fishy going on in there, and you better believe I'm going to find out what it is. The folks at Acme process, smoke, and pack nearly 8 million pounds of fish every year. They sell to eateries all over the country, including Russ and Daughters. It smells of smoke and it smells of fish.
That's the way it's supposed to be. It smells like New York City.
Yes.
All right, so as you know, in any food plant, food safety is of paramount importance.
Right.
I see you got your boots on
I
here.
just happen to be wearing these.
Awesome. I'll walk you through the process of how salmon turns into smoked salmon.
Adam Kaslow is the 4th generation owner of Acme Smoked Fish. His great-grandfather, Harry Brownstein, started selling fish after immigrating from Russia to Brooklyn.
Harry started in the smoked fish business in the early 1900s, in 1906 to be exact.
Out of a push cart?
Out of a horse-drawn wagon.
Wow.
He would go around buying fish from different smokehouses throughout Brooklyn and Queens and had himself the sales route. You know, he worked close to 45 years. I mean, his dream was to open up his own smokehouse, and it took him 45 years to finally achieve that.
Wow. Adam now runs a massive smoked fish empire, supplying many of New York City's popular bagel shops, from H&H to Essa Bagel. Acme also selling to national grocers like Trader Joe's.
At the end of the day, it's all about the fish. We bring in fish from all over the world. Smoked salmon is probably the most popular thing that we make, and our salmon come from different places: Norway, Scotland, Chile, and Alaska.
It can take up to 5 days to make smoked salmon. Every order is made to the buyer's tastes. from the type of salmon to the curing method. The first step, cutting a whole fish into fillets.
Whoa! Yeah, so this is a 12-kilo whole salmon that I caught over here in Long Island Sound. No, I'm just kidding. This is an Atlantic salmon. It's farm raised. We use Atlantic salmon because it has the most fat, and fat equals flavor when making smoked salmon.
Right. So what are you cutting out the backbone there?
Yeah, this is the bone.
Carving into a fish this size requires expert hands. After the fish is filleted, it's preserved with salt. The fish is then treated with a wet brine or a dry cure.
Okay, so let's dry cure some salmon.
Good.
First thing, we're gonna get it onto the raft.
Okay.
So, see if you can pick up this salmon, grab it by the tail.
Okay.
Grab with your other hand.
Underneath.
And we're gonna lay it onto the screen.
Okay.
Perfect. Great. Step 2, we're gonna grab a handful of salt.
So it's just a thin layer.
Yep. Right along the top of the dorsal. Like kind of down the center line, I suppose. And we'll give it a nice love tap.
That's it?
That's it. This fish is rather large. So traditionally we would probably wet brine this fish, but for smaller fish, the dry cure lasts about 24 hours.
Okay. That's a huge fish.
Right.
After curing, the fillets are cold smoked for up to 20 hours. This process imparts a subtle, smoky flavor.
Let me show you how the smoker works. So, these are a collection of that wood chip blend that we were talking about earlier.
There are different ways to smoke fish fillets. Hot smoking results in flaky, opaque fillets. Unlike traditional lox, smoked salmon is cold smoked below 85 degrees. This helps the fish retain its silky texture and makes it perfect for slicing.
Ready to help me get this bad boy into the oven?
You bet.
All right. All right.
Hey now.
Let's close her up.
Woo! Shut her down.
After the smoker, the fish is cooled, then packed for shipping.
What would your great-grandfather say if he could see all of this?
I think he'd be amazed of how difficult it was for him to achieve his dream.
Right.
Now his descendants have been able to build upon that dream and build us into one of the preeminent smokers in the U.S.
Up next, a vegan deli taking on tradition with plant-based lox and cashew cream cheese? Oh, you don't want to miss this.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Back on the Lower East Side, Two sisters, inspired by their Jewish heritage, are on a mission to make the food they loved growing up in a more sustainable way. Ladies, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Boom.
you.
Want to show me around?
Please, come
Please,
on in.
lead away. Erica and Sarah Kabursky are the co-owners of Orchard Grocer, an entirely vegan market inspired by classic delicatessens.
This is our healthy cashew cheese.
They want to make the vegan lifestyle easier for all. Right after college, they opened their first business, a shoe store called Moo Shoes.
We opened our vegan shoe store 20 years ago.
How are they? They're comfortable?
About 5 years ago, we decided that we were going to update it by adding our vegan grocer, basically because it seemed like that's what our customers want. After asking us what our shoes were made of, probably where should I go eat was the second most common question. So we decided to create an experience where they could just go eat next door.
Growing up in Queens, the sisters' Jewish culture and food were closely linked. They had 10 Jewish delis in their neighborhood alone.
Probably every Sunday, it's a tradition in our family, a dozen bagels at the bagel store. A dozen always meant 15. I don't know why that was, but with the cream cheese and lox, and that was just how we spent our Sundays.
Both sisters became vegan as teenagers, but felt they lost a piece of their roots by giving up certain foods.
I think our parents were supportive of our changes to the vegan lifestyle. We grew up in a very culturally Jewish household, so all of our traditions were just based around food.
Today, a lot of folks are going vegan for a variety of reasons, from reported health benefits to concerns over animal welfare. For the sisters, it's also a matter of global importance.
We're watching climate change happen right now, and I think that's causing a lot of people to think twice about what they're eating and how they are contributing. So it makes sense to us that it is becoming so mainstream.
In 2017, Sarah and Erica saw not just an opportunity to satisfy a growing market, but to pay homage to their Jewish roots.
We wanted to have a good sandwich selection that really epitomizes like New York deli food. So obviously a bagel and lox was going to be there.
Orchard Grocer sells a variety of vegan sandwiches, including Reubens and tuna melts. But the sisters are most passionate about serving up a sense of nostalgia.
People are so worried about giving things up. So I think just creating those alternatives and just something that people are familiar with and gives them that feeling of home.
Yeah, like we haven't had to give up our Sunday tradition of bagels and lox.
To help make their unique deli a reality, the sisters hired vegan chef Nora Vargas. Nora shares a passion for plant-based foods. She also knows how to turn carrots into salty lox. How did you come up? I mean, you have to think, okay, what can mimic a smoked salmon?
Yeah.
So how did you, was it look like you thought, well, the only orange vegetable out there
Exactly.
other than a sweet potato is carrot.
We know the texture that we need to go for. We know the flavor that we want to go for. So we started with the color and then we just kind of built it from there.
Okay, so let's get started. I'm really fascinated.
Okay, all right, I'm excited. So we have prepared, what do we have? Maybe 10 pounds of carrots here for you.
These are huge. These would have been huge carrots.
Seriously, yeah, like the size of my forearm.
But you have sliced them very thin on a mandolin?
Yes, yeah,
okay.
Exactly. All right, so we're all gloved up and we are going to, the next step in this process is to apply our rub to our carrots. So in here we have a mixture of sugar, salt, and the rest I can't tell you about.
Oh, it's a secret kind of thing.
Yeah.
So this would be kind of like the brine that you would use, the dry brine that you would use on fish.
Exactly.
Except it's going on vegetables.
Yeah. We got our inspiration for a lot of different components of this recipe from the way that you would actually prepare fish if we were preparing fish and not carrots.
Right.
Coat everything.
Interesting.
Oh no, don't smell it. Don't figure out the secret just by smelling it. Okay, now.
Because if I figure it out, she's gonna have to kill me.
So I'm just gonna start rubbing, just smushing everything in there. Once we get everything coated, we would let this sit for 3 to 6 hours probably. Okay, great. So I think we nailed it.
Okay.
In here.
Another secret ingredient?
Definitely.
Jeez,
yeah, but I can tell
a lot
you.
of secrets here at Orchard.
I'll tell you a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, so it's a combination of olive oil and aquafaba.
Aquafaba?
Yeah, are you familiar with that ingredient?
I don't know.
You know when you're opening up a can of beans
Right.
and you gotta drain them?
Yes.
The stuff that you drain out, that's aquafaba.
Aquafaba?
It's bean water.
It's bean juice.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm gonna pour,
Okay.
and then you can kind of do the same process
Okay,
that we did
same
before.
process.
Just squish it all in there, okay? Yeah, perfect. After we had let our carrots sit for 3 to 6 hours, we toss them in the oven.
So they bake.
We like to call it cold smoking, just to sound like classy.
Like the process of making smoked salmon.
Exactly, yeah.
That does look very much like smoked salmon. And what would a bagel and lox be without the cream cheese? This vegan spread is made with raw cashews, salt, some secret spices, and coconut oil, all blended together with soft tofu.
Should we make a bagel?
Sure, let's do it. Chive talking. Cheers. This is a really terrific idea.
Thank you.
Thank you for opening my eyes.
Oh, thank you so much.
I appreciate it. That was fantastic. Okay, a great way to finish things up. I mean, we've seen the history, we've gone to the past, we were in the present, and you have brought us the lox and bagels of the future! A bagel with cream cheese and smoked salmon is a uniquely American combination. Born from Jewish roots, transformed by local ingredients, and carried on by new generations, this breakfast tradition has truly stood the test of time when it comes to food in New York City.
Hello, I'm Vicki Wynn. Thanks for joining us for Consumer Confidential Summer Safety Edition. Now, we're going to talk about keeping safe this summer, but we're also going to tell you how to save on summer essentials. With inflation reaching record levels, we'll give you some tips to make your money work. But first, the Consumer Product Safety Commission says drownings usually spike during the summer, but these accidents are preventable. Here are some simple reminders. The unmistakable sound of summer. Kids playing in the pool. But without proper attention, fun can quickly take a tragic turn. On average, more than 900 kids die each year from drowning in the U.S. Drowning is the leading cause of unintentional death among kids ages 1 to 4.
And it's not just pools you need to be worried about. Ponds like this and other natural bodies of water can also lure kids. So we brought in Mary O'Donoghue. She's the Senior Aquatics Director at the Ymca to talk to us about some basic summer safety tips.
It takes as little as 20 seconds for someone to go under the water and not be able to get back to the surface. There are some basic tips that you can evaluate how your children are comfortable in the water.
Okay, I have my 3 girls waiting, eager to get into the pool, so let's go. We are all suited up, ready to go. Emmy and Odessa, they're older, they know how to swim. Renly does not know how to swim yet, and this would be their first swim of the season, so what should we be doing right now?
We're going to look for a Coast Guard approved life jacket for non-swimmers, and you're also looking at the weight category. So this looks like it will fit her. It's 30 to 50 pounds. You want to make sure it fits snugly.
How does that feel, Boo? Good?
Next, the big girls are up for a quick water competency check.
You want to make sure that they can independently submerge in the water. When they come back up, that they can turn around and look to see where the safest place is to get out or grab a hold of and be able to climb out independently.
Check to see if they can swim the length of the pool. And ask them to tread water for a minute.
Lay down. Okay. So Mary, what if you have a child that's not really into being in the pool?
And that's fine. Just let them be comfortable in how they are. Sometimes it's just sitting on the wall, putting their feet in. Having the Coast Guard approved life jacket on will ensure that if they do get into the water, they're going to be safe.
Pool toys are fun, but they can also be dangerous because they block your view of who's in the water. It doesn't look like there are any kids in the water right now, but there are. So make sure you take the pool toys out when you're not using them. It's also important to have a sturdy gate with openings that don't allow little ones to slip through, and you want to make sure the gate is self-locking.
And don't forget kiddie pools and above ground pools. Experts say children can drown in as little as 1.5 inches of water. So empty those smaller pools after using them and remove the latter from larger pools. And no matter what kind of water the kids are in, always designate a water watcher, an adult assigned to watch the kids at all times. Tips to keep your family safe while swimming this summer. Now, even if your child is a good swimmer, fatigue can kick in. So set a timer to remind everyone to take a break and, importantly, hydrate. With more on summer safety, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me, Vic.
So, Dr. Azar, let's talk about heat exhaustion.
Yes.
Let's get an idea of, what are some of the warning signs we should be watching out for?
So the number one thing, Vicki, is that people can either pass out or they have a core body temperature of 104 degrees Fahrenheit. Most of us don't have a digital thermometer on board, so other signs and symptoms to look for would be confusion, headache, lightheadedness, dry skin. People think a lot, well, if you're overheated, you're going to be sweating a lot. No, people who have heat exhaustion will actually have very red, very hot, very dry skin.
That's a very good clue. Okay, so if you see someone who is experiencing that, what should you do?
So the first thing to do is move them into a cool area. So a shady area under a tree, air conditioning if you can. We have some props with us here.
Yeah.
If you have the, if you're near ice packs, let's say you're at a picnic or something like that, the places to put them under the neck, under the arm, in the groin. Those are areas where a lot of blood vessels that can start to cool the temperature down. A big misconception is that you put people in an ice bath. We don't want you doing that unless it was someone who has exertional exhaustion, meaning like an athlete who did a vigorous workout. They can go in an ice tub. Nobody else should go into an ice tub. And call 911. You should actually do that before you start initiating first aid because it is a medical emergency.
Okay, that's good to know. So let's talk about prevention. How do you prevent yourself from becoming overheated?
Well, it's really about dehydration. So obviously sun exposure is the big one. And I think people often think, well, I'm just going to drink a lot of water and a lot of fluids, and that certainly can be beneficial, but you can also eat foods that have a lot or a high water content.
Yeah.
So we're talking strawberries, peaches, lettuce in salads, watermelon, celery, cucumbers. What to avoid? Alcohol is a big one. Alcohol definitely dehydrates. And we have here our good old cup
what
of
about
Joe.
coffee?
So we did think for a long time that caffeine acted as what's called a diuretic, meaning that it made you pee a lot and that you would lose fluid that way. You really can't dehydrate yourself with caffeinated beverages on their own right. So if you're drinking an iced coffee, there's a lot of water in there too.
So that's
you can enjoy your caffeinated beverages, but just keep an eye on how much you're sweating and how much you're taking in.
And make sure you drink more water for alcohol. That's like an important rule, right?
Definitely. Okay. Alcohol in the sun is just a big no-no.
I know, but it mixes a lot during the summer, so people got to pay attention.
Does.
Let's talk about this, the debate over spray sunscreen versus cream sunscreen. Is there a difference, and is one better than the other?
Right, so if you ask, most dermatologists will say the best sunscreen is the sunscreen that you actually apply. And you know this, Vic, my kids are a little older now, but trying to have your fidgety kids stay still to apply lotion is not that easy. So for a lot of us moms and dads out there, it is easier to spray. Spray is fine as long as the spray is actually getting onto the skin. So be aware of wind and that kind of thing. I like to apply the spray and then make sure that you rub it in, but it's just as good, SPF 30 or above. Reapply every 2 hours. Reapply, especially if you're doing vigorous exercise and sweating or swimming. Every time you come out of the pool, you have to reapply and let it sink in for about 15 or 20 minutes before you go back in the sun.
If you're spraying, make sure you do it outside in a well-ventilated spot.
In a well-ventilated spot, yes.
Okay, and I want to mention, obviously, you talked about we have hats, and of course, that sun protective clothing is important too.
Very, and you want to do, generally speaking, like colored lightweight hats, that kind of thing. If you can look through the piece of clothing, that's not thick enough, right? You want to be able, it's more like you want it to be more opaque, light colored and light, but still that you can't see the light through it. Then you know you're pretty well covered.
Dr. Natalie Azar, you are the best. Thank you for covering sun safety with us. Good to see ya. All right, well, still to come, from grilling to fireworks, hacks to keep your family safe all season long, plus a warning about one of the top causes of boating-related deaths, what you need to know before heading out. And later, save or splurge, how to stretch your dollars on summer necessities. Consumer Confidential is coming right back.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We have a lot to get to this morning, guys. Did you feel calm?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
No doubt you've heard of carbon monoxide poisoning, but did you know it's also a concern out on the open water? The Coast Guard says it's among the top 5 causes of boating-related deaths each year. Our investigation reveals how quickly carbon monoxide gas can build up and what you need to know before your next boat trip.
Go, go, go! Come on,
Ali Sidlowski was the picture of health, a Division I soccer player at the University of Cincinnati. But last summer, after a day of boating on an Ohio lake, Ali went into the water for a dip. She never resurfaced.
911, where is your emergency?
We're on East Fork Lake. A girl jumped in. She did not have a life jacket on.
And she's not surfaced yet?
No. The boat was running, and we think the carbon monoxide made her pass out.
The coroner later confirmed the suspicion. Ali's cause of death was drowning, with a contributing cause of carbon monoxide intoxication.
There's still part of us thinking that she's coming home.
It doesn't feel real.
It doesn't feel real.
For the first time, Ali's parents, Dave and Tracy Sidlowski, shared their story. When you got the call and they told you your daughter had drowned, so what did you think?
Well, I was confused because Ali knew how to swim. It didn't make sense.
Her parents say Ali grew up swimming in their backyard pool. Did you have any concept that this was a possibility, that someone could die of carbon monoxide poisoning on a boat?
100% no.
The U.S. Coast Guard reports 41 incidents of boat-related carbon monoxide poisoning and 5 deaths in 2020. Experts say carbon monoxide from a boat's engine can build up, especially while the boat is idling or moving at slow speeds, creating an invisible cloud. That toxic gas can cause lethargy, headaches, nausea. Too much, and it's lethal, which is why people should avoid breathing in the exhaust expelled from the engine, usually located in the back. The Sidlowski family attorney rented this boat, similar to the one Ali was riding, for our demonstration. Ali's friends on the boat that day say she was sitting in the back in an area called the swimming deck. You can see these look like seats. There are cushions, even a cup holder for drinks. But according to the boat maker, this is not a designated seating area. At the time, the Yamaha owner's manual said passengers must always sit in a designated seating area. This diagram highlights these seats as safe, but not the swimming deck. Yamaha also warns, stay away from the swim platform area while the engines are running. Exhaust gases coming from underneath it contain carbon monoxide.
This is not a problem to be solved in the owner's manual, okay? There should not be seats in the danger zone.
Attorney John Ustel filed a lawsuit on behalf of Ali's family. To understand how quickly carbon monoxide can build up, I used this special meter. Anything above 200 parts per million and an alarm goes off. With the engine idling, it only took a few minutes. Wow, we're over 400, 500, 600, up to 700 now, climbing quickly. We're at more than 400, 500. This alarm is going off. Dr. Bill Benda is a professor of emergency medicine at Florida Atlantic University and an avid boater. He was with me for the readings. We were getting readings above 500, 600, 700 parts per million. What does that tell you about that area of the boat?
That is definitely a danger zone, and you should remove yourselves and your children from that area of the boat immediately.
Do you think carbon monoxide poisoning incidents are underreported?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
It's because someone comes to us and they don't tell us the circumstances around which they started feeling ill. And so we assume it's something much more simple and common, like dehydration, sun exposure, alcohol use, seasickness.
Experts also warn you shouldn't swim near an idling boat. Look what happened when we took our meter to this popular swim spot in Florida. What are you seeing?
300 parts per million.
Our producer, Joe Enoch, collected readings from the air around the Yamaha and other boats. Joe, I hear it going off. What are you getting?
I'm getting 100 up to 400 parts per million.
He even measured the air near these boaters who were stunned by the readings.
We're getting readings of 300 and up. You see how far away we are from the boat engine? Did you know that this is something that could happen?
I had no idea. That is crazy because every time we go to the sandbar, we leave the boat motor running so it could keep speakers running and stuff.
Yamaha declined to be interviewed, writing, "We do not make comments regarding current, pending, or possible litigation." After our story first aired, Yamaha updated their website with this graphic, adding, "Warning, do not occupy the stern of the boat when engines are running due to the possibility of carbon monoxide poisoning and falling." As for the Sidlowski family, they hope Allie's legacy is one that saves lives.
We can't bring our daughter back, but if we can try to save other people from having to go through this, we want to do our best to do that. It is preventable.
Our thanks to the Sidlowski family for speaking to us. The CDC, Coast Guard, and Marine Manufacturers Association say swimming decks can be particularly dangerous when the engine is on because you're on top of where the engine vents and the exhaust. So this is a potential danger for any boat. You really want to pay attention to where you sit and whether you start feeling symptoms like nausea, headache, or sleepiness. And we should mention, while shooting this story, we took multiple breaks away from the engines to keep ourselves and our crew safe. Well, one of my favorite holidays, 4th of July, but before you do anything, some must-see safety tips and hacks to make sure everyone has a great time while staying safe. It's the 4th of July, and that means summer. Time to head outside and enjoy the weather. And if you're like me, there will be a lot of grilling happening in your house, but are you using one of these to clean your grates? Well, the metal bristles work great for cleaning, but they can also come out of the brush and get stuck in your food. So here is a fantastic alternative. An onion. Yeah, an onion. Check it out. It works really well to get all that gunk off of the grates. And if you don't have an onion, another quick, easy trick, aluminum foil. Just take a ball and get to scrubbing. Also, as you're getting ready to grill that meat, make sure you keep it refrigerated. The USDA says anything that's uncooked, left out for more than an hour in this summer weather, could make you sick. Serving adult beverages at the party? I like to use 2 different color cups. Red ones for the grown-ups and the alcoholic beverages, blue ones for the kid-friendly drinks. There you go, Aspen. That way, there is no confusion. And it just wouldn't be the 4th of July without fireworks. If you're heading out to a big show, it's gonna be amazing. But one thing's for sure, it's gonna be loud. And if you are bringing your little ones, don't forget the ear protection. I like these ones. They go over the ears just like this. Jay's helping us out. Those feel okay, Jay? Awesome. And if you can't find those in time, well, these work just as well, the traditional earplugs. Now let's talk about the at-home fireworks. So much fun, but they can also be incredibly dangerous. So before you light off those 1, 2, 3 goes or the rainbow shower, wow, this brings me back. Make sure you've done your homework. Fire extinguisher at the ready, have it out, know how to use it, and don't forget, sparklers, very fun, but even something as small as this can start a big fire. So have the bucket of water ready, and when everything's done, extinguish it, and you're safe. And of course, check to see if it's legal to light fireworks where you live. Here's a great tip for when you venture out into the crowds for fireworks. Use a temporary tattoo with your name and phone number so if your child gets lost, someone can call you right away. And you can get this temporary tattoo paper online, print it out at home. That's what I did. If you don't have time for that, permanent marker works just as well. Pool parties are always fun, but here's some tips. Be sure to designate a responsible and sober adult, I'll take that, thank you, to watch the pool. As an additional safety measure, there's a number of high-tech tools that can help you in case of a potential pool safety incident. There's this bracelet by Safety Turtle, and it will sound an alarm the second your kid hits the water. And this is super loud. There's no way you're gonna miss this alarm. And it works for your pets too if your dog is not a strong swimmer, right, Peanut? And you've definitely heard this before, but don't forget about the sunscreen. Reapply that sunscreen about every hour. We all have our phones with us all the time. Just set a timer, easy reminder. And a great rule of thumb for exactly how much sunscreen to use, the experts recommend a shot glass full. But really, you can never get too much. And just a reminder, every year animal shelters see an influx of pets who get spooked by the fireworks and run off. So make sure those tags on your pets are updated with your correct phone number and address. And also just keep your pets inside during the fireworks. All right, when we come back, your summer shopping guide, where to find the deals, and later, how to host the hottest summer get-togethers. Consumer Confidential is coming right back.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcast.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
As you know, consumers are facing record levels of inflation, but with a new season comes a need for certain items. So what should you buy now and what should you hold off on? Here with our summer shopping guide is Mary Beth Quirk. She's a shopping editor at Consumer Reports. So welcome, Mary Beth. Thanks for being here. So you and your team at Consumer Reports, you look at what's on sale all year round, and you're here to tell me what we should maybe be buying right now. What's on sale?
Yeah, so our experts at Consumer Reports track prices on products, again, all year long. So June, some deep discounts we're expecting to see. Things like drills and pressure washers. Drills maybe aimed at your DIY dad for Father's Day sales. There's going to be some things, you know, maybe you can finally put that gazebo up in the yard that Dad's been claiming he's going to do. Some other things that make really good sense for summer, like blenders. I don't know who would pass up an icy drink outside, maybe a nice fresh smoothie.
And these are expensive, so it's good to buy them when they're on sale.
Yes, it's a good idea to look for them, especially the full-size ones. You can get a personal blender. It's a little smaller, but full-size is better for making those big batches of icy drinks and things. Smart speakers is a good one. And popular, you know, maybe you're outside, you're inside, you're cooking the barbecue, it's hands-free.
Right.
Cue the music. Maybe you need them to look up something for you.
Some of them are waterproof too, right?
Some speakers are waterproof. That's definitely not all. They can survive a little dunk in the pool, but you probably want to be careful on those anyway. And then some other, you know, big essentials. We don't have a stroller, but strollers are it's a good time to buy those in June. Maybe your kid's grown up a little bit, or you want to get out and enjoy the weather. And then while you're enjoying that weather, of course, a staple is insect repellent and sunscreen. This, of course, keeping the bugs away. Enough said, tick season can be really tricky. But sunscreen is really important because it expires about every 3 years. So you want to pull out last year's, or maybe you haven't bought some in a while, you haven't been to the beach, and just check it, make sure it's not expired, and then just go stock up on it.
Because if it's expired, it's not effective.
It's not as effective.
Talk to me about this. Obviously, we're seeing inflation hitting our pocketbooks every which way. Are there tips you have on saving looking for things that we need.
So the inflation's hitting a lot of people right now. A lot of summer activities, or maybe some of those hotter summer products, things that are really in demand right now, like air conditioners and stuff, that's going to be a little bit harder. You just really need to plan things out and budget your purchases. You don't need to break the bank. There's plenty of times to save this summer, and we can get into some more of those as well.
What are the other factors we should consider if we are trying to make a big purchase, hundreds or thousands of dollars?
Right. So sure, the first thing, of course, is if you really need it right now. If something is broken, if your air conditioner broke, if your large appliance broke and you can't get through to the end of the summer, you might want to go ahead and splurge on that right now. But there are other sales coming up after June. Like I said, we've got Father's Day coming soon. Then after June, the 4th of July sales is a great time for larger appliances, mattresses often, and then we're expecting Prime Day. It has not been announced officially yet, but to be also in July.
Yeah, usually that's in July, right?
Right. You get a lot of cookware, clothing, like other electronics and things. You might see some of these on sale well then too, but those are some of the times you can wait for.
All right, Mary Beth Quirk with Consumer Reports, thank you so much for our summer buying guide. We appreciate you. Well, coming up, hacks to make the most out of summer, from staying cool to being the hostess with the mostest. Consumer Confidential is coming right back.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We have a lot to get to this morning, guys. Did you feel phone?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
All right, now that we know how to stay safe and what to buy and when to buy it, let's take things to the next level and make the most of what summer has to offer with hacks for staying cool and how to host the hottest get-together. Melanie Berlier, the Spruce Group General Manager, she's here now to help us maximize our summer. Okay, welcome, Melanie. I'm going to bring us over here. Start off with talking to us about these products and how can they help us with our summer plans.
There are so many underrated ways to beat the heat this summer. When it comes to energy efficiency, one of the simplest things you can do is swap out all of your old bulbs for the newer ones because they're more energy efficient and they're not going to emit any heat throughout your home.
Nice. So you save money on the bill and they're cooler. What about these devices here?
So the dehumidifier comes in handy because your air conditioning unit is working really, really hard to cool the air and remove moisture from the air. But if you have a dehumidifier on site, the air conditioner isn't going to have to work as hard.
Nice. Oh, I love that. Okay, and then finally talk to us about the pillow and sheets here.
Sure. So bedding is super important when it comes to your temperature control, which impacts your quality of sleep.
Yes.
With a cooling pillow, you're actually going to remove heat from your body and get a better night's rest during the summer.
That. Yeah, it's so important to sleep with a cool pillow.
And at the Spruce, we recommend really lightweight, 100% cotton sheets for the summer months.
Okay, excellent. All right, my family loves to be outside. We can't wait to get out there, use our backyard. Tell us about different things that we can do to stay cool, stay hydrated, and have a good time.
Sure. So a DIY bar cart is one of our favorite things.
Oh, that's a great idea.
It's so easy to do, and it's a fan favorite. So you just need, in addition to the bar cart, you need a beverage dispenser to display your batch cocktail of choice. choice. You need super durable tumblers. Forget glass outdoors, please.
Yeah.
It's much safer to go with a durable plastic. And then you're gonna want an ice bucket. If you're feeling next level, throw some succulents on there and a bowl of lemons and limes.
And staying hydrated is important, so getting a big size, getting everyone the liquids that they need. All right, let's talk a little bit about staying safe when you're in the sun. We talked about sunscreen earlier, and I think that's so vital.
Yeah, one of our favorite things is that we recommend a sun protection station. You're gonna want to include sun hats, sunglasses, and sunscreen that your family members or visitors can choose from.
Okay, and then finally the sun goes down, you still want the party to continue. That's kind of the most fun because then it's cooler.
Yes.
What are some things to help us get through the summer nights?
So we love lighting. Wicker lanterns, string lights are beautiful, but when it comes to insects, an insect repelling candle is going to do double duty as both a source of warm, cozy vibes and a bug repellent.
Okay, and you know what we did? We bought one of those giant outdoor fans, which really helps to keep the bugs away as well.
Yes, those are a great idea too.
I love this wicker lamp. All right, Melanie, what about outdoor movies? That's becoming more and more popular.
Backyard movie theaters are so easy to create, and they're fun for literally everyone of all ages. All you need are a screen, a projector, an audio system, a content source, and a few cables and wires.
You're like, all you need are these 7 things, but they're pretty affordable these days, yes?
They really are, and aside from the technical aspects, all you want to think about are food, seating, and maybe some mosquito netting. But
definitely,
everyone has fun in a backyard movie theater moment.
Melanie Berlier, thank you so much. So appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
All right, well, that is our time. For all of us here at NBC News, I'm Vicki Nguyen. Be sure to join me for another edition of Consumer Confidential right here on Today All Day. In the meantime, stay safe and cool.
A lot of people have something difficult happen in their lives and they move on. You're different. You turned it into a mission.
I think for me, whenever I've had any kind of like serious challenge in my life or loss, the way that I've been able to work through that has been to just dive in. That's the way that I process.
So we're here in the offices. What are some of these memories?
Oh, this is from our trip to Tanzania recently.
Oh, wow. I look around in this office, Every Mother Counts. Could you have ever imagined where your traumatic birth story would have ended up and how this would have become your purpose?
No, I really would not have known that Every Mother Counts would grow to be able to create so much impact around the world, all from my story, my one story. But that's, I guess, the possibility of all of our stories.
Could you ever have thought that, you know, we all know you as you were a runway model, you're one of the most famous faces in the world, that this would ultimately become your real mission?
I mean, I always hoped that I would do more than my first career and job, but I wasn't really sure what and how that would play itself out. I was very much ready for an opportunity like this. Not that I would have looked for a birth trauma to sort of set me on a different path, but I was preparing for something more and something more meaningful for a very long time.
You were looking for a purpose.
Absolutely.
Tell me about the birth of your daughter, Grace.
I came into this place of my life of wanting to be a mom, of being prepared to be a mom. I'd had a one full career and had gone back to school. So I, in my early 30s, was like, I'm ready for this next challenge in my life, for my next big transition. And so I had lots of choices. I had given some thought to how I wanted to bring a child into the world, and I really wanted an unmedicated birth, so I knew a midwife was the best possibility for me to ensure that outcome. So I found a great midwife, I found a great doula, I found a birthing center here in New York City that was wonderful, and there was an OB that backed the midwives in that delivery. And so I felt really prepared. My husband, Eddie, was very much supporting my choices and was right on board with me, and we were really ready. We were 2 weeks late, or she was 2 weeks late. And so if we'd gone any longer, we would have had to deliver in the regular maternity ward. So just before that deadline, I was able to go to the birth center, and I was in labor for about 12 hours. It was intense, but you know, what I kind of imagined. And then she was born, and we didn't know that we were having a girl, so that was exciting and wonderful. And everything was perfect. You know, just the energy was really upbeat and wonderful. And then after a little while, as like the nurses were kind of cleaning up and scurrying around doing different things, the sort of tone in the room started to shift. And I wasn't delivering my placenta, which I didn't realize was such a big deal. And so they would kind of come and check on me. And then at a certain point, they called the backing OB, and he came in, and just the energy in the room shifted pretty quickly.
So because you had planned this non-medicated, you're in a birthing center, there's a midwife, a doula. When the OBGYN walks in, he's there for emergencies.
He's there for emergencies, and yet they didn't move me, which was so good for me, because to be separated from my baby would have been, I think, scary and traumatic in and of itself. They managed as a team the postpartum complication that I was enduring, and he ultimately had to extract the placenta. I didn't need to be moved to an operating room or anything like that. It was all done in the birth center, but it was incredibly painful because of my wish to have an unmedicated birth, and there wasn't enough time to do anything else. It was unsettling, it was confusing, it was painful. And then, I still kind of wondered, like, why did this happen? And how did this happen so quickly? And as prepared as I was surprised that what happened was even a possibility at the point that it was. So I went back to see my midwife and had a lot of questions, and learned that I'd lost a few liters of blood actually in the whole process, and that there really wasn't anything that could have been done in advance. There's no test or scan that would have revealed that I had a retained placenta to have prepared us better. But I did feel very grateful that the team that I had in place worked so well together, and I felt safe. But I did think immediately about everyone else that goes through this experience, all of the people in the world who don't have a supportive partner, that don't have a midwife, a doula, a nurse, an OB backing them. There are a lot of people that go through this experience in life by themselves, with one person who may not have the tools or the education to be able to understand the complication, let alone to be able to manage it. And so I felt grateful, and I felt like I needed to help to pay forward for the next mom that needed that care.
Something about that moment, you go from the ecstasy of having your first baby to the trauma of having to go through a medical procedure that was painful and you did not plan. And that moment gave you a mission.
It really did. I mean, it definitely took a little time. I didn't know, in the moments after or the weeks after even, but I started to talk to other women after I came home, and more women were sharing their stories with me. There were all these stories that I hadn't heard until after I became a mom. And that's too late, I think. I think it's too late to know the possibilities. I think it's also just too late because, if we had the information and we had the awareness, I think we would be better prepared. We'd have a better plan in place that if plan A doesn't happen, there's a plan B, a plan C, and so forth.
You started to do your homework. You started researching maternal health. And what did you find?
I learned that around the world, hundreds of thousands of girls and women die every year from pregnancy and childbirth-related complications. And that shocked me. That seems like something that happens in a different time.
It does. It feels like some old-fashioned Victorian book you might read.
Exactly.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You started researching, you started looking into it. The first thing you did a documentary about some of these issues. How did you start?
It was really actually when I was pregnant with my son, Finn, a couple of years later, where I was able to travel down to Central America, where my mom was from. And that's where I really had that aha moment. I was maybe about 6 months pregnant at the time. And I remember visiting a small community in a rural setting. There was no access to clean water, there was no paved roads, there were no vehicles. I hadn't seen a hospital in miles. That's when I kind of realized if I'd had that same complication that I'd had with Grace, that there's no way I would have gotten to the care that I needed in time to save my life. And so I came back from that experience. I applied to Columbia's Mailman School of Public Health here in New York, and I started working towards, really understanding global health, public health as it pertained to maternal health, and really in educating myself and being around folks who were really committed to maternal health and ensuring safer outcomes for moms in all kinds of communities is really where the pieces started to come together. And that's what led me to make this documentary film, No Woman, No Cry, which came out in 2010.
While I got the care I needed, too many women don't.
It's been like one piece at a time. It's like you sort of, scratch the surface and then you learn something. And then once you know that information, you can't unlearn it. And so each step on this journey has really led me to the next step. And I guess that's why looking back 12 years later, I'm like, I can't even believe that we're here or that we've been able to do as much as we have. I think if I'd looked that far forward, I might not have been able to do what we've done. I might have been overwhelmed by just the need and just the scope of the problem globally. But looking at it, thinking about my own situation, thinking about the people in my circle, thinking about my community at large, this country, it just allowed me to continue to look up and try to do more. A lot of the same challenges exist here as do in Haiti or in Bangladesh or in India, which I know is surprising for a lot of people. But ultimately, distance is a huge barrier. If women live far away from care and don't have transportation, don't have childcare, it's sort of you can put yourself in the shoes of another woman and travel through a country or a rural part of this country and imagine what would it take if this happened or that happened, and how would I get there, and who would be able to care for me, or who would be able to care for my child. And just being able to put my feet in the shoes of other women has really allowed me to, I think, make a bigger impact for larger populations.
You've raised tens of millions of dollars for this cause. How do you help?
We really worked hard to build relationships with community-based organizations around the world. And through those community-based organizations, we trust them as the sort of front lines of what the needs are in those communities. And we want to make sure that every mother or birthing person has access to high-quality care, the highest attainable possible quality of care, and respectful care, most importantly. And then policy. We really work closely with policymakers at the local level, the state level, the national and global level to really create change that can make a difference in our institutions. If the world is sort of in agreement that every life is of equal value, that maternal health matters, that motherhood is something that should be valued and revered in our culture, then we're going to do more to ensure a positive experience and a safe experience, a respectful experience for all. If people are treated with respect and dignity, they will want to seek care throughout their pregnancies or in a timely way. If people are afraid to seek care, they'll wait until they need it, and sometimes they might not need it until it's too late. The other big piece is the storytelling. Since No Woman, No Cry, we've continued to really tell many more stories. I mean, there are countless stories to be told. They not only model initiatives and like sort of approaches to being the solution to this issue at every level, they also really kind of put the voices and faces to this issue. And I think people start to see themselves in a way that might otherwise feel that's a problem from over there, or that's a problem with this community or that community. So really to try to personalize it and humanize this issue, because it is the most human experience that one can have.
Are there stories that have stuck with you over the years, people you've met?
Gosh, there's so many stories, but yes, every time I come back from any kind of field visit, I have a new story. But then there's also those just very first stories that always stick with me. I mean, just coming back from Tanzania, I think of Janet, who I met in a small health dispensary in rural Arusha, outside of Arusha in northern Tanzania. And she was pregnant with her third child when I met her. She had walked nearly 5 miles to get to the dispensary. And then her pregnancy wasn't progressing, so the staff, which was very limited, they sent her home. And, you know, just watching her leave, I knew that she wasn't going to come back, whether she needed it or not. And so we actually ended up giving her a ride back to her village. This was just how we learned how far away she lived. And in the end, she needed a ride to the hospital, and we were able to provide a ride to her, which was more than an hour away. And she was able to give birth to her third child safely, but through a C-section. So she needed that. If she hadn't had access to that C-section, her baby would have died, she would have died, and the family would have lost a mother.
It's stunning because it can be something as simple as a ride. The need can be that simple.
It really can.
You wrote a book called Arrival Stories, which has a lot of other women's stories of birth, stories of pregnancy. Amy Schumer shared her story. Why did you feel like that was something that needed to be told?
Amy had reached out to me after she had her son, and she'd had such a difficult pregnancy, which she was very, very transparent about all the way through. So she reached out after she had Gene, and she said, I really think that what's needed out there is a birth anthology. Like, we don't tell our stories. Wouldn't it be so much more helpful? Couldn't we do that? And I was like, I feel the same way, but let's do it. It really was coming from such a natural place and such a place of really wanting to, you know, make people feel not alone in this journey. There are funny stories in this book. There are some really sad stories in this book. And while there is really a spectrum of stories that are shared, there's so many more. And so we really want to get people talking and sharing and just being that circle of support that I think we all wish for ourselves, for everyone. And I've seen that in other women and other families who've had experiences around this topic and issue, like being able to share your story, being able to connect with others. It does create this kind of community of support and this way forward that might not have been possible had we tried to do it ourselves or put it in and bury it. And I mean, trauma does, it does manifest and it does weigh us down. If not immediately, over time it does. And so I just really encourage people, no matter what it is that you've gone through, to really dig in, try to learn as much as you can about whatever it is, to, you know, talk, to seek help, to seek guidance, to share. It's really the most powerful way, I think, to get through.
Well, all that pain is not for no purpose. You know, go through it and then to have nothing come of it, it's just pain for no purpose at all. But here's this situation where if you're going to have to go through this difficult thing, you know?
Yeah, use it to the greater good. Absolutely, absolutely. The full life experience really is all things, right? It's not all good, it's not all bad, hopefully. And so, you know, to share those experiences and to be thinking about our experiences as a way forward, as a way to share this human connection, I think it's sort of very life affirming, I would say.
Serena Williams tells a story about her birthing experience, and she really had to advocate for herself.
She did. I mean, her story is so powerful, and it's one that I think will never lose its power. You know, here we have such an incredibly strong and resilient and like physically powerful force, and someone who knows her body. She knew that something was wrong after she gave birth, and she was demanding the care. She was knowing exactly what she needed, and maybe had she not been Serena Williams, she wouldn't have been listened to in the way that she had, and she saved her own life. And I think that's a really powerful thing. We shouldn't, in that state, be expected to have that voice because it's hard, but we really want that self-advocacy. It's so important in order to have the advocacy of the person who is by your side to say, no, my wife needs you. You have to listen to her, or my friend needs you to listen to her. It's so critical.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We've all been so moved by the images of newborn babies in Ukraine, moms who are pregnant in the middle of a war zone. Have you been able to reach organizations there and spread your mission in Ukraine?
Yeah, I mean, the images that have come out of this conflict have been just devastating. And, you know, in these instances, we've tried to build a real network of organizations around the world who are focused on maternity care in particular. But in this instance, we reached out to another organization called Global Response Management, who really works in emergency settings. And when we reached out to them, of course, they were already on the ground, already doing an assessment in the Ukraine, and were able to help us navigate how best to support them.
You have a presence internationally, but you also have a strong presence here in the U.S.
There's so much need in the United States. Not only are we one of only 2 industrialized countries with a rising maternal mortality rate, we have really seen the numbers escalating and really impacting women of color most significantly. And so really our investments here have been at the local level. In California, in Texas, in Louisiana, in Florida, in New York, in New Jersey, in Massachusetts, in Minnesota. The thing that's sort of the common piece is that these are organizations that are led by incredible women of color who are midwives, they're doulas, they're birth justice activists, they are powerhouses, and they are really modeling for young doulas, young midwives, just how to be. I mean, the modeling of this kind of leadership is so essential. And then as well, when we have emergencies that happen, whether they're here in the United States with climate change related issues, hurricanes, crazy storms that happened in Texas last year, we are able to sort of jump in and support those needs, which come back down to those basic, housing, food insecurity, shelter. And so, because of those community-based organizations, we really are able to sort of wrap our arms around their needs and the community's needs that they're serving.
You've raised so much awareness about maternal health and pregnancy. It's something that for a long time people didn't talk about. If you had a difficult birth or a difficult pregnancy, I don't know if there was a stigma, but people didn't talk about it.
I think there's a sense that, because in the culture, we really see like happy pregnant people, if we see pregnant people at all. If we even see a head attached to a pregnant body, it's such a strange thing. It's like we all expect that this is something that happens. We know it happens. We all came into the world the same way. And yet, it's not like we want to talk about how it happened or how we got in that state. I think there's a lot of just like mystery around it, which I don't think is helpful. I think maybe it sort of speaks to the way that birth has become so medicalized. There's not this sense of, that this is something that just that happens that could be difficult, that could be painful, and there's so much in our culture that says like we don't want pain, we want to turn that part off. It can be sometimes difficult, it can sometimes be painful, but to have a sense of the spectrum of the experience, I think, is the most useful for people.
And what a resource, that well of wisdom, women sharing their stories with other women.
I think so. Passing forward, like I think about my daughter. When I started this work, I would say, by the time that she's of an age where she wants to become a mother or is thinking about becoming a mother, I hope this is a very, very rare event. I want it to be better for the next mom, our daughters, our sisters, our neighbors, everyone.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
Critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
You are an avid marathoner. I've even run with you.
I love you, Christy, but this might be the end of the road for me.
I know you really have.
Just a few steps, not very far at all. How does your running match up with your mission?
Yeah, distance is a big barrier for women to access care. And so the idea of running 26.2 miles was like, oh, this is a distance that a woman will have to walk or have to be transported. And my mantra became every mile, every mother. It's really like that distance piece is so rooted in what we're trying to do. As well, I feel like it's such a metaphor for childbirth. I didn't realize that to the extent of, but my midwife had tried to assess my endurance, my strength, my determination, my ability to manage pain. And I wouldn't have known until after childbirth, like, okay, now I know what she's talking about. And then when I ran my first marathon, I was like, okay, I really, really get it. You need a team, you need to train, you need to be prepared, you need to have a coach. You need so many of the same things that you need to be able to complete a distance race. And so it still feels like it really resonates. It's the way we can bring in men and the rest of the family into this experience. And we've really built a strong community through the running initiatives that we lead.
Motherhood is a marathon.
It really is. The biggest endurance sport of all. Here's a picture that has Grace in it as well.
Oh, she's so cute. There she is. Was this the first time she'd come on one of your travels?
She's come actually on a few travels. Yeah. She's come with me to Guatemala a few times.
And your daughter Grace recently ran the marathon with you. That's a full circle moment, too.
It really is. She ran her first marathon in November, a couple of weeks after she turned 18. We started together, and I was able to greet her at the finish line. I will say her old mother is much faster. Yes. But then we ran again together in Tanzania. She ran the half, and I ran my 10th full marathon. And, she just had her own experience, and she has her own motivation for it, but she's so connected to the mission of this organization. She takes all credit for everything that we do.
Well, it did start with her.
18 years, that's a life. To think of, carrying her as a tiny person and then to be basically the same size as her and side by side with her, woman to woman, it's really powerful.
But you're faster.
But I'm faster.
What does inspiration mean to you?
Inspiration is sort of like that turning a light on, you know? It's like sometimes you don't even know yourself what you're capable of until someone turns that light on for you.
And listening to that as well.
And listening to that, because it can be really an internal experience, absolutely.
And what inspires you now?
Women, other women, stories, connection. I'm so inspired by how honest and how brave women are and resilient.
What do you say to people who call you inspiring?
Thank you. I think we all can inspire each other, and I love to hear that I have inspired anyone.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
What is happening, everybody? Welcome to your Popstar Plus for today. And boy, do we have a great one for you coming up. We're going to go behind the scenes of the movie that is roaring at the box office, Jurassic World Dominion. We spoke to the director about how he was able to bring all that dino magic to life. We're also going to hear from the very talented Dakota Johnson. And later, we're looking back on Speed, the movie 28 years later, with one of our favorite clips of Sandra Bullock. But first, here are today's Popstar headlines. I don't know what that was.
I like the pop star chant.
That was my rally cry.
I like that. That was little Ed McMahon there.
A lot of coffee this morning. All right, I read about this story yesterday. I'm glad it's going to lead off. Squid Game for real. It's only a matter of time, but officially it is happening, people. Netflix announcing its biggest series of all time, which followed 456 people competing for cash in life or death games. It's now going to become a reality series. 456 players are going to take on a series of games for the chance to win $4.56 million. Netflix saying it's the biggest lump sum cash prize in TV history, and presumably, we hope, no one's actually going to get hurt in this version of the show called Squid Game: The Challenge. YouTube star Mr. Beast has already done something similar, recreating this show with amazing detail to have people compete in games like Red Light, Green Light. But this Netflix show is taking it to the next level with that huge cash prize, and you can sign up now for a chance to compete. Good luck. All right, next up, Top Gun Maverick has hit another major milestone. As of this week, the Tom Cruise starring sequel has become the highest-grossing movie of the year. Since debuting on May 27th, Top Gun has pulled in $401.8 million domestically at the box office, officially beating out Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness for that number one spot. Clearly, there was an appetite for nostalgia, the fighter jets, the need for speed, the beach volleyball scenes, all that stuff, propelling the film to its massive box office. Next up, Savannah, Jeopardy. Every night, talented people get up there. Well, you hosted it, so I figured I'd just lump you in.
Nice.
Yeah, people get up there and they answer questions that would stump most of us, but sometimes, not often, a contestant gets stumped at a question that we all know the answer to. This week that happened to Mazen Omer.
Knight 400.
To honor his father, this star here was knighted in his birth name, so he's Sir Maurice Micklewhite. Mazen.
Was Mick Jagger?
No. Lisa. Who is Michael Caine?
Oh, yeah. As you can imagine, the wrong answer went viral.
Yikes.
Yeah, many
I
wondering
couldn't
what
think of
the
his
world...
name either right then and there.
By the way,
not.
what if Michael Caine was the lead singer of the Rolling Stones? That'd be interesting.
It would be.
And maybe Mazen, in his defense, just his brain went to, okay, who's knighted? Mick Jagger's knighted also.
Yes, he could have said Elton John.
He could have said Sir Anthony Hopkins, or who knows. Anyway, next up, Only Murders in the Building, the critically acclaimed show starring Steve Martin, Martin Short, and Selena Gomez as amateur true crime podcasters is coming back for season 2. We now have a new trailer ahead of the premiere teasing more comedy, more guest stars, and of course, more murder.
Our lives blow up if we all go down for this. Don't you want to clear your name too?
I have to see this through.
Let's focus. I'll be right back. Hey, you can't leave me here. I'm not good at parties.
I'm nervous to talk to people because I can come off creepy.
Evidence keeps showing up in our apartments.
Who's ever doing this is toying with us.
This ends the investigation into a whole new direction.
We hope it will take us to clues. It's a wall. And suspects.
So what do we know about my daughter's murder?
Maybe she killed Bunny.
You think that woman stabbed someone 8 times?
We'll put a pin in her for now.
The minute Uncle Al tells me to start watching that, I'll start watching. He knows me.
Are you in?
Yeah. He knows me. Are you already in on that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
You
great.
have to
I have to get in there.
Okay.
All right, that's our Pop Star.
That was great.
And now to the reason they call the show Pop Star Plus, a couple extra headlines for you, and we'll start with a look at the new docuseries America the Beautiful. Michael B. Jordan and National Geographic have teamed up for a 6-episode series showcasing the wildlife of North America, quote, as you have never seen it before. Jordan narrates the new series, and the first trailer promises stunning visuals of our country and the wildlife inhabiting it, along with a soundtrack from a diverse group of musicians.
This is America. Sea to shining sea.
See, now I want to watch that just after that little clip. America the Beautiful hits Disney Plus on the very appropriate day of July 4th. Next up, Brad Pitt and Gwyneth Paltrow. Let's take a little walk down memory lane. You might recall back in the mid-90s when Brad and Gwen were an item. The two actors were engaged for a time before calling it off and, of course, going their separate ways. But the two are making headlines again after a conversation they had on Gwyneth's Goop website, where they were meant to talk about lifestyle things, but ended up talking a little bit about their time together, making the internet collectively fawn. Pitt remarking, and I quote, "Everything works out, doesn't it?" To which Paltrow says back, quote, "I finally found the Brad I was supposed to marry. It just took me 20 years. That's a reference to her husband, now Brad Falchuk. Pitt responds, "And it's lovely to have you as a friend now," adding, and again I quote, "And I do love you." To which Gwyneth replied, "I love you so much." This is like a soap opera going back and forth. It's like a tennis match there. Cool that they're on good terms, though, that's for sure. Those are your Pop Star headlines. Let's take a quick break. We're going to come back and show you how they make dinosaurs in movies look so darn real. We've got some behind-the-scenes secrets for that with the director of Jurassic World Dominion. Coming up.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? and good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. Director Colin Trevorrow first helped relaunch the Jurassic franchise back in 2015 with Jurassic World, and he's now at the helm again in the third and latest installment, Jurassic World Dominion. Now, maybe you've heard of it. Of course you have. It's #1 at the box office right now. Or is that Maverick? I don't know. They seem to be going back and forth. Either way, Colin spoke to us about what it was like to pull off an epic final chapter to the dinosaur story.
I promise you, I am going to get her back.
Jurassic World Dominion is a completely different kind of film than any of the other Jurassic movies have been. The dinosaurs are out in the world. They are creating havoc, and genetic power has reached a point where it's threatening the survival of life on this planet. I wanted to direct the third film because just being able to wrap up the story we've been telling the whole time, to be able to take these characters who I care about and make sure that they find a home together and feel safe. And I include the dinosaurs in that, you know, the T-Rex. These are characters from our childhood who we love, and so making sure that all of these stories are wrapped up in a way that feels consistent, that when you watch all three movies together, it feels like one long story, which I really believe it does. That was really important to me, and the fact that we made it during a pandemic was really challenging. I was directing a movie in 2 different countries at the same time. It was hard, but we did it. I wanted it to be a warmer film than the previous 2. We were kind of a cold blue in Jurassic World, and then in this film I wanted it to feel like a big, robust, romantic adventure. It's shot on film, which is really important to me, and hopefully by the time you get to the end of it, you will feel like you've been through a lot, and the people just look tired and bruised, and that's the kind of adventure I like. From a production design standpoint, it's really important to me and Kevin Jenkins, our designer, that we are as practical as possible at any given turn. So we didn't make a movie in a computer. There are not digitally designed backgrounds. We built 112 sets. We made animatronic dinosaurs. We put people in real environments with real animals so they could look around and be confident that they were actually there. And then the biggest challenge is when you build something that's as spectacular as some of the things that we built, to make sure not to constantly just be in a giant wide shot showing off your amazing set to the audience, but really get in there and live in it as if it's a real place. It was very important to use animatronics because not only is that a legacy, it's what made us love Jurassic Park so much, is that we actually saw those animals were real. But in our film, because we have such great actors, to be able to provide them the opportunity to not be emoting across from a tennis ball, but actually be able to reach out and touch something in the way that Laura Dern does in her scene when she moves her finger back and forth. Puppeteers naturally reacted to what she was doing, so there was an actual exchange between living things, which I think is extremely special.
What is that?
Biggest carnivore the world has ever seen.
Run!
The reality of these movies, I think, really matters. It's one of the very few franchises where the main characters are just regular people. They're professionals, they're scientists, they're parents. And so I wanted to make sure the whole world felt as if it actually existed, because we are talking about some real world scientific issues in the film. Some of the dangers that we present are dangers that exist. And so the closer we can get it to our reality, I think the more believable it's gonna be. Some of the more insane things that we do in the film that you're gonna buy it. Working with this cast was just one of the most satisfying creative experiences that I've had, because I was able to work with legendary actors like Laura Dern and Sam Neill and Jeff Goldblum, B.D. Wong, and then these good friends of mine who I've been making these movies with for 8 years, Chris Pratt and Bryce Dallas Howard, and then these new friends who I think make as much of an impact on this movie as any of the legends and icons who have come before, in Mamadou Ache and DeWanda Wise and Tishan Lockman. All of them together as one group, especially at the end when they're literally all together as one group, it was just such a wonderful experience. And it was during a really challenging time. We were all very afraid. We were making a film during COVID, and yet because of all of these people, because they have such brilliant skill sets and also just beautiful souls, we managed to get through it together. I wanted to pay homage to the spirit of Jurassic Park, but I didn't want to make a carbon copy of Jurassic Park. And that's something that I've really focused on in each of the movies. We feel like in order to honor what Steven created and what Michael Crichton created, we have to aggressively bring new ideas to the table because that's what they did. And so these movies are different. They're a completely different kind of experience. And yet I know that Jurassic Park's never going away. They'll all be there for people to enjoy together. So to me, it was making sure that the characters that we were bringing back felt like they were presented in a way that was honest and authentic and real. And you actually believe these were human beings who've been alive for the same 30 years that some of us have been alive for. And a lot's happened in those 30 years. People love this franchise, but I think they just love dinosaurs. And however we present dinosaurs in each of these films, I hope that at all times it taps into, yes, a fear that we have of them, but also a humility that we have in the face of them, this recognition that they walked the earth. They share the same soil as us, and yet they look so different and lived so long ago and actually lived so much longer than we have. It's just a very grand idea and a really unique relationship between, you know, movie creature, movie monster, and audience. When people leave the theater, I really hope that there's a sense that we made these movies for a reason. And we weren't just making a bunch of situations where people could get chomped by dinosaurs, even though we do that, and I enjoy it. These are movies that did have something to say, and ultimately we landed in a place that hopefully you can walk out of there with your family feeling a sense that we are small and we are fragile, but also we can succeed and we can survive if we do it together.
Thanks to Colin for chatting with us. And of course, Jurassic World Dominion from our parent company, NBC Universal, is in theaters now. Just ahead, we'll catch up with the talented Dakota Johnson.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. The lovely Dakota Johnson stars in the new film Cha-Cha Real Smooth. And she stopped by Studio 1A to tell us all about it.
Dakota Johnson has become a favorite to watch in recent years, from the mega hit, of course, 50 Shades, to that franchise, to the darlings like the Peanut Butter Falcon. In her newest film, the Cha-Cha Real Smooth, she plays a mom who gets tangled up with a young man trying to find his place after college. She struggles for some challenges on her own. Take a look.
Have you ever been depressed?
Whoa. Downer alert.
You don't have to sound the downer alert. I'm just curious.
I've always been depressed.
Whoa. Downer alert. Before Lola was born?
Especially before Lola was born. Raising her made me better.
Okay, first of all, Dakota, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
This movie is getting all kinds of attagirls. It got an audience award at Sundance. You just premiered at Tribeca, and you just said something to me 5 seconds ago that struck me. You said this, of all the things you've ever done in your career, this is the thing you're most proud of.
Yeah, I do feel the most.
Why is that?
Proud.
Yeah.
I don't know. We also screened at South by Southwest, and it was the first time that I watched the movie in a movie theater with an audience. And it felt so different than just being an actress in a movie, because I made the whole thing from the very beginning to the very end, and my blood, sweat, and tears are all over it, and I just felt so proud.
I mean, okay, you have obviously this production company, and this was your first. Why did you choose this? What was it about this story that captivated you?
Well, Cooper Rife, the director, writer, and star of the movie, is just a very, very talented, sensitive, open-hearted, unique person. He has a very specific point of view on the world and people, and he made a little movie before, and I love championing, up-and-coming filmmakers and writers, so it was kind of perfect. And the story is also really poignant, and it's special. It's a tiny little special specific thing, and those are the things that I love the most.
You play a mother of an autistic child.
Yes.
And just explain a little bit about the premise of the movie.
The movie is about a young man who leaves college and he goes home and he doesn't really know what to do with himself, and he gets a job as a party starter at bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs. Okay. And he falls in love with a young mother of a teenage autistic girl. And we found this actress, Vanessa Berghart, who's an autistic actress, and she's so brilliant and so talented, and I feel like we struck gold, and I can't wait for people to see her work.
I love the title. It's called Cha-Cha Real Smooth. Do y'all know the Cha-Cha slide? Do you have it, Pete? Can you crank it for 1 second just to get us in the mood a little bit? Okay, they're getting it. Wait, do y'all remember it?
Funky. Everybody clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap your hands.
Yeah. You feel the energy from this.
Clap your hands.
Cha-Cha Real Smooth is a specific part of this song that was pulled out. Why that title?
Well, the cha-cha slide, there's one part where you cha-cha real smooth, and that's the part of the song where you get to do your own little boogie. And I think that that's kind of what this movie is about, is the part of your life where you figure out who you are and you do your own thing.
I love that. You are obviously the daughter of Melanie Griffith and Don Johnson. Was it in you since you were a little girl? Were you like, I'm going to follow them? Or did you originally have like another path? Did you want to sort of not do what your parents did?
No, I always wanted to be an actress.
You did?
Yeah, I was obsessed. I wanted to be, when they were on set, I wanted to be on set. I just loved movies. And I was the kind of kid I would watch movies over and over again.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, like multiple times a day.
What was your go-to when you were younger? What like really shaped you, do you think?
Mary Poppins.
Oh, you did?
For sure. And then Home Alone was a big staple. The Wizard of Oz. But those, I would watch them like every day for a couple years and then move on to another one.
Wow. Yeah. Well, this is so amazing. I know you have another project in the hopper too. What else do you have coming out?
Yes, Persuasion. Persuasion is coming out in July 15th.
Okay. Wow.
I may have gotten that wrong.
Well, you're close. You're in the ballpark. Congratulations on this, especially Cha-Cha Real Smooth, the project you're the most proud of everything you've ever done. And maybe when you come back next time with the next project, might be just another one that you'll have on your belt.
That would be nice.
Thank you. You guys, do you love Dakota or what? On Apple TV Plus on Friday.
That is a lovely young lady. We appreciate her time here in Studio 1A. Dakota Johnson. Thank you. All right, next up, we've got The Need for Speed, but not Top Gun. The Keanu Reeves, Sandra Bullock classic. It's marking its 28th anniversary, and we'll give it its moment from our vault after this.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We certainly love Sandra Bullock around here, and today we thought it would be fun to revisit one of her first films, the classic action-packed thriller Speed, which turns 28 this month. And to mark that occasion, here she is talking about it on Today, all the way back in 1994.
Bullock got her first big break playing the missing woman in the American remake of The Vanishing. Last year, she played an aspiring country and western singer in The Thing Called Love.
You know, I've been sitting here and thinking that maybe I'll go to Hollywood, become a movie star.
And become a movie star she did. She appeared opposite Sylvester Stallone in Demolition Man.
I'm impressed.
And now she's back in action in the new movie Speed, co-starring with Keanu Reeves and Dennis Hopper. And this morning, Sandra Bullock's up early. She's at our studios in Burbank. Sandra, good morning. How you doing?
So far, so good.
Oh. Now, I didn't write that thing earlier, the one that Katie said, what is this dark-haired, somewhat funny chick label? Where's that from?
My mother. No, I have no idea.
Huh?
I have no idea. Are you sure you didn't write it?
I swear, I had nothing to do with it. Absolutely nothing.
I have no idea where the somewhat came from.
Okay.
Because I would have just had dark-haired, funny chick.
Oh, yeah? That label fits?
Pretty. The hair is dark, yeah.
I got that part of it, yeah. Is it true that people thought you were a little bit off-center for taking the co-starring role in this film? Is that right, what I hear?
Well, I think about the whole project, people were a little, I don't know, if hesitant, or they criticized a lot because I just done Demolition Man, and so taking something like this that quickly afterwards, I think made people think that I was a little out of my mind, which my family's known for years. But it was just so good. You can't afford not to do roles like this when they come along, regardless, you know, if they happen to be in 2 action movies or if they happen to be in 2 comedies or in 2 dramas, you know, you take it when you can get it. So
no concerns that Hollywood then labels you a action film actress?
Not really, because I don't do all that much of the action, you know. I mean, they have the very strong and capable men to do that.
Thank you very much. Hey, look, in this film, you play Annie, a passenger who becomes the driver of a bus that is set to explode if it goes less than 50 miles an hour. Let me play devil's advocate. Why would a serious actress want to do such a role?
Because it's probably... it was probably one of the hardest roles I had to do, because you have such a short time in which to establish a character, and the material was so well written, and it was funny, and it was edgy, and at that time I was so exhausted. I mean, the thought of doing something that was going to be so easy and fun to do was very appealing. And even though it is an action film, even though the action takes precedent over, you know, the development of someone's character, the short amount of time that you have to sort of establish who you are and what your character is about is incredibly challenging. You have to get across an emotion within like 2 seconds and have everyone believe you. So you don't have the luxury of the words to help you into the character, and it sort of fine-tunes you a little bit. I mean, I think I came out of it a little more trained, actually.
Well, let's check out your emotion and your driving ability in this clip from Speed.
Hey, hold on!
much better.
Nice work. Nice work. Hey, look. In terms of your career, is this film, you viewing this as kind of like a springboard to bigger and better?
You know, actually, every time I do something, I never look at it as a springboard to anything else because I assume that anything that I'm in, nobody's going to want to go see.
Oh,
so.
come on.
No, I mean, you know, I think I've really taken on a very pessimistic attitude, but I had such a good time in it, and the people I just really liked. So I would hope that it would do well and that everyone would like it as much as I did, but usually that's not the case. So if it is a springboard, that would be really great, and I would really appreciate it. But if it isn't, then, you know, I've got enough energy to keep doing this until, you know, I do learn how to dive off the springboard.
Look, I got one question that has nothing to do with anything other than that I was just curious, looking at your background. You're the daughter of an opera singer and an opera coach. Did you ever come close to having any opera ambitions?
Nobody wants to hear me sing. Nobody who's ever heard me sing wants to hear me sing. I can yell loudly, and I benefited from good lungs, but, you know, nobody wants to hear me sing.
Well, you're a dark-haired, somewhat funny, somewhat singing chick.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks very much. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, nothing like a good trip to the 90s to put you in a good mood. All right, that's going to do it for today's Pop Star Plus. Another stellar show for you is being produced as we speak, and we'll have it for you tomorrow. Have a great day, everybody.
Hi, oh my gosh, our friends are here. We love that you watch Today All Day. Thanks for tuning into our digital show Today in 30. It's Wednesday, halfway through the month of June.
Yeah, we got a big show for you too, including more of our exclusive conversation with Amber Heard. Today, what she's saying about her future after losing that court battle with Johnny Depp, and how she feels now about her ex.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And then we're going to chat with Dakota Johnson. She's got a new movie out that she not only starred in, but she also produced. It's called Cha-Cha Real Smooth.
I love that.
Cha-Cha Real Smooth. It's just one of several projects she's got coming up. She's keeping very busy, so we'll talk about everything she has going on.
All right, then Dylan and Craig caught up with an NFL legend. You may have heard of him, Tom Brady. What he told them about his unretirement, his future after football, and a lot more.
And if you're looking to stock up on summer beauty essentials, we got you covered. We've got the list of the best products to keep your hair and your skin looking fresh and fabulous all season long.
We'll take it. What are we waiting for?
I don't know. Let's
go.
Let's go.
Today in 30.
We got a lot ahead in this half hour. We're going to start, Savannah, with more of your exclusive conversation with Amber Heard.
Yeah, for 6 weeks, the defamation trial between her and Johnny Depp was hard to ignore. Every accusation aired for the world to see, and reaction on social media getting billions of views. Well, after the verdict, largely in favor of Depp, Heard called it a setback for other women who wanted to speak up. And now she says she fears other potential defamation lawsuits from her ex-husband as she looks to move forward. There's a text message where Johnny promises total global humiliation for you. Do you feel like that came true?
I know he promised it. I testified to this. I'm not a good victim, I get it. I'm not a likable victim. I'm not a perfect victim. But when I testified, I asked the jury to just see me as human and hear his own words, which is a promise to do this. It feels as though he has.
Amber Heard reflecting on the ripple effects of her tumultuous trial with Johnny Depp. Having been found liable, are you nervous as we are here today about what you can say now?
Of course. I took for granted what I assumed was my right to speak.
Do you feel like you could be sued again by him for defamation?
I'm scared that no matter what I do, no matter what I say or how I say it, every step that I take will present another opportunity for this sort of silencing, which is what I guess a defamation lawsuit is meant to do. It's meant to take your voice.
But Amber is still speaking just days after a jury stunned many and found the actress defamed Depp in an op-ed where she said she was a public figure representing domestic abuse. The piece, which never mentioned Depp by name, was published 2 years after the couple announced they had settled their divorce. Life had seemingly moved on, and you decide to write an op-ed. Why did you do that?
Because the op-ed wasn't about my relationship with Johnny.
But it alluded to him. It was unmistakable.
You know, what the op-ed was about was, me loaning my voice to a bigger cultural conversation that we were having at the time.
Did you worry, gosh, I'd love to be a person weighing in on these cultural issues, but that's going to stir this all up again?
I obviously knew it was important for me not to make it about him or to do anything like defame him. I had lawyers, teams of lawyers, review all the drafts of this.
When you wrote this op-ed, it was the height of Me Too. Legions of powerful men being canceled, losing their jobs. Did you want that to happen to Johnny Depp?
Of course not. Of course not. It wasn't about him.
But the op-ed and the abuse alleged was at the heart of the 6-week trial.
Just pulls his arm back with the phone and throws it at my face. Hit me right in what felt like my eye.
Heard testified that the final straw came after a violent fight in May 2016. 6 days later, she filed for a restraining order, cameras capturing her as she left the courthouse. But Depp's lawyers convinced the jury Heard was lying about the abuse. Police who responded to the 2016 incident testified during the trial that they didn't see any injuries and that Heard declined to file charges.
This was a hoax, according to his team. Why didn't I cooperate with the police? As I've testified before, and I will stand by until my dying day, I didn't want to cooperate with them. I didn't want this to be out. I didn't want this to be known. I didn't want to cooperate with them because I didn't want to get him in trouble. If it was a hoax, I could have done that.
But 5 days later, you went to court, and it came out.
5 days later, I made the decision to stand up for myself and protect myself. You can't get a restraining order in private, which of course I didn't understand the night when the cops were called.
An employee of TMZ testified at court and said that TMZ was tipped off about when you were going to be going to the courthouse and on what side of your face bruises would be apparent. Did you tip off TMZ?
I was going to say, he certainly didn't get tipped off by me or anyone in my...
Did anyone tip off TMZ?
Why would they? No.
You asked no one to do that?
As I testified to before, it had nothing to do with me.
There are different incidents that you testified to, and the Depp legal team would put up pictures of you publicly right after that or in the days following and saying that why are there no bruises?
Again, it's that thing. If you have bruising, if you have injuries, it's fake. If you don't have any, then you weren't injured.
You had promised to donate the $7 million of your divorce settlement to charity. It was revealed at trial that you haven't done so yet. However, they played a tape where you stayed on the air that you have donated it. Do you think that raised questions as to your credibility with the jury?
I made a pledge, and that pledge is made over time by its nature.
When you say I donated, you know that everybody thinks that you've donated it, not that you've pledged it. So for the jurors sitting there, do you think they felt like that was you getting caught in a lie?
I don't know, because I feel like so much of the trial was meant to cast aspersions on who I am as a human, my credibility, to call me a liar in every way you can. And
that was the trial. It was a credibility contest.
And
that was it.
This is another one of the examples where if you pull back and you think about it, I shouldn't have to have donated it in an effort to be believed. I shouldn't have had to earmark the entirety of that in order to have.
You shouldn't have, but once you said you did.
Right, which is where it was intended to go.
Heard says she still plans to honor that pledge.
How do you see your future now? I get to be a mom, like full time, you know, where I'm not having to juggle calls with lawyers.
One day you may want to tell your daughter about this or have to tell your daughter about everything that you've gone through. What would you want to say?
I think no matter what, it will mean something. I did the right thing. I did everything I could to stand up for myself and the truth.
Heard and Depp's volatile relationship lasted just 4 years. Depp confirming his engagement to me on Today in 2014.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Are you excited?
Yeah, very. She's a wonderful girl. She's sharp as a tack, you know, wonderful, you know, Southern belle, and sweet as can be, and very good for me, you know.
On the first day of the trial, you issued a statement, and part of the statement said, "I still have love for Johnny."
Yes.
Is that still true?
Yes.
After everything?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I love him. I loved him with all my heart. And I tried the best I could to make a deeply broken relationship work. And I couldn't. I have no bad feelings or ill will towards him at all.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys. Did you feel foam?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're gonna get.
Welcome back, guys. Dakota Johnson has become a favorite to watch in recent years, from the mega hit, of course, 50 Shades, to that franchise, to the darlings like the Peanut Butter Falcon in her newest film, The Cha-Cha Real Smooth. She plays a mom who gets tangled up with a young man trying to find his place after college. She struggles for some challenges on her own. Take a look.
Have you ever been depressed?
Whoa. Downer alert.
You don't have to sound the downer alert. I'm just curious.
I've always been depressed.
Whoa. Downer alert. Before Lola was born?
Especially before Lola was born. Raising her made me better.
Okay, first of all, Dakota, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
This movie is getting all kinds of attagirls. It got an audience award at Sundance. You just premiered at Tribeca, and you just said something to me 5 seconds ago that struck me. You said this, of all the things you've ever done in your career, this is the thing you're most proud of.
Yeah, I do feel the most.
Why is that?
Proud.
Yeah.
I don't know. We also screened at South by Southwest, and it was the first time that I watched the movie in a movie theater with an audience. and it felt so different than just being an actress in a movie, because I made the whole thing from the very beginning to the very end, and my blood, sweat, and tears are all over it, and I just felt so proud.
I mean, okay, you have obviously this production company, and this was your first. Why did you choose this? What was it about this story that captivated you?
Well, Cooper Rife, the director, writer, and star of the movie, is just a very, very talented, sensitive, open-hearted, unique person. He has a very specific point of view on the world and people, and he made a little movie before, and I love championing, up-and-coming filmmakers and writers, so it was kind of perfect. And the story is also really poignant, and it's special. It's a tiny little special specific thing, and those are the things that I love the most.
You play a mother of an autistic child.
Yes.
And just explain a little bit about the premise of the movie.
The movie is about a young man who leaves college and he goes home and he doesn't really know what to do with himself, and he gets a job as a party starter at bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs. Okay. And he falls in love with a young mother of a teenage autistic girl. And we found this actress, Vanessa Berghart, who's an autistic actress, and she's so brilliant and so talented, and I feel like we struck gold, and I can't wait for people to see her work.
I love the title. It's called Cha-Cha Real Smooth. Do y'all know the Cha-Cha slide? Do you have it, Pete? Can you crank it for 1 second just to get us in the mood a little bit? Okay, they're getting it. Wait, do y'all remember it?
Funky. Everybody clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap your hands.
Feel the energy from this.
Clap your hands. All right, now, we're going to do the basics.
It's a specific part of the song that was pulled out. Why that title?
Well, the cha-cha slide, there's one part where you cha-cha real smooth, and that's the part of the song where you get to do your own little boogie. And I think that that's kind of what this movie is about, is the part of your life where you figure out who you are and you do your own thing.
I love that. You are obviously the daughter of Melanie Griffith and Don Johnson. Was it in you since you were a little girl? Were you like, I'm going to follow them? Or did you originally have like another path? Did you want to sort of not do what your parents did?
No, I always wanted to be an actress.
You did?
Yeah, I was obsessed. I wanted to be, when they were on set, I wanted to be on set. I just loved movies. And I was the kind of kid I would watch movies over and over again.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, like multiple times a day.
What was your go-to when you were younger? What like really shaped you, do you think?
Mary Poppins.
Oh, you did?
For sure. And then Home Alone was a big staple. The Wizard of Oz. But those, I would watch them like every day for a couple years and then move on to another one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, this is so amazing. I know you have another project in the hopper, too. What else do you have coming out?
Yes, Persuasion. Persuasion is coming out in July 15th.
Okay. Wow.
I may have gotten that wrong.
Well, you're close. You're in the ballpark. Congratulations on this, especially Cha-Cha Real Smooth, the project you're the most proud of everything you've ever done. And maybe when you come back next time with the next project, might be just another one that you'll have on your belt.
That would be nice.
Thank you. You guys, do you love Dakota or what? On Apple TV Plus.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This morning, we are catching up with an NFL icon. You all know him from Ted 2. Also, he's the all-time leader in passing yards, 7 Super Bowl rings, and yes, there was that one very famous unretirement.
Of course, we are talking about Dylan's favorite, Tom Brady. Dylan and I had the chance to spend some time with Tom yesterday. We talked about family, we talked about food, and of course, we talked about football.
So, Tom, just to start this off, it's no surprise around here, I am the huge Tom Brady fan of the Today Show. 10 years ago, I was invited to play in your Best Buddies football challenge at Harvard. And you throw the ball, I stick out my hands, it floats into my hand like a little bird. I went on to run 25 yards. It was the single best football experience of my life. So that moment aside, what would you say are the highlights that run through your mind when you think back on your career?
And I remember that day. We had so much fun. There's been a lot of football highlights over a long career. It's hard to believe I'm still playing. I'll be 45 this year. You know, I just fell in love with this crazy game, and it's hard to stop. And I had some amazing teammates over the years, and Dylan Dreyer is another one. So
yes,
LFG.
You heard it first, everyone.
Tom, what you don't know is she hasn't stopped talking about it since. So that's
She shouldn't. She shouldn't. It's amazing.
Play it cool here. Come on.
Tom, you mentioned your age. What happened at home that led you to say, you know what, I got to get back out there. I am not built for retirement.
I think personal conversations with people that support me and that really enabled me to go out there and play and do my job. Obviously, I don't have a lot left. I mean, this is a game for young people. You know, I just think competitively, I felt like, you know, I got to give it another chance.
Is there a goal you want to reach, or is it really just like your love of the game?
Well, it's mostly love of the game, for sure. Football challenges you in every way. You know, there's a physical preparation. There's, you know, a mental aspect to the game where you're learning and figuring out how to get the best out of yourself and your teammates. And then I would say there's an emotional part where how do I bring my best every day for my teammates? And how do they bring their best every day for me?
Speaking of your time after football, you have reportedly signed a deal to join our ranks. 10-year deal, $375 million to be a Fox Sports broadcaster. To those who would say, Tom Brady might be the greatest of all time on the football field, but he's never worn a microphone as a sports broadcaster. The deal makes no sense. What would you say to those naysayers?
Well, first of all, I look forward to the opportunity to, you know, have a new team trust me in a different way. I know that I'm coming in as kind of a rookie to this, but I know I'm going to work extremely hard like I always do. I still think there's a lot of things that I've learned over my professional career that will carry over to a different career.
Tom, your workout, your diet regimen, how has that changed now that you're in your mid-40s? I mean, I know that you're drinking about 250 ounces of water every day.
Part of why I think I feel strongly about, you know, health, nutrition, is because it's really allowed me to continue to do what I love to do. Had I not taken care of my body, you know, I would have been a very typical athlete that by the time you reach 30, you're on a sharp decline. And I'm not super strict on my diet. I always try to make that really clear. Most people think I'm some crazy diet, you know.
We do.
Yeah, I know. And I think that's just because that's kind of low-hanging fruit, so to speak. But
So
I try to drink a lot of water.
What's your cheat food?
I like cheeseburgers. I like
Really?
cheeseburgers. I like ice cream. I like chocolate cake. You know, I like what everyone else likes.
Can you clear up the rumor? Have you ever had a strawberry before?
My daughter made me eat one.
Yes.
She basically bosses me around, but yes, I swallowed it. I don't even think I took a chew.
Let's talk about these ads that you're in for Hertz. I know you're a paid spokesperson for Hertz. I mean, you kind of poke fun at your unretirement.
So you've been working at the same job for like 22 years, right? You're just not feeling it anymore. So you retired, and that's when it hit you. Maybe all you needed was a vacation.
How did this all happen, and how much were you involved in the creative process?
Very involved in the creative process. I think a lot of it is just trying to have fun. So the fact that I get to work for them now is really cool.
Tom, Father's Day is on Sunday. Giselle planning something big, something special?
Yeah, so it's a great weekend. I have a 8th grader graduating, and we're gonna go up and be in New York, and we've actually got my whole family coming in. It might feel a little bit like gladiator camp because we'll have every activity known to man and every bit of competition we probably have in the pool or on the basketball court or on the golf course, but it should be cool.
It's not easy being a Tom Brady fan, a Patriots fan, in New York City, but I stuck to my guns, and I'm always rooting for you. So is my family. So thanks so much for talking with us today.
Thanks, Dylan. Thanks, Craig. Great talking to you guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Tom. Best of luck this season.
Yeah, good luck.
See you next season as well. No one believes you're going to retire after this season, by the way. So we'll see you next year.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Summer's here and skin is in, which means we are going to need some new beauty essentials to keep our hair, our face, and our body looking fresh, looking fabulous.
Lucky for us, we have makeup artist Ashley Glazer here to tell us what we need and how to use it, because Ashley, as you know, we're not great.
We're not good at this stuff.
No, we're not
Whenever
great.
I see this tool, I'm always a little puzzled. Like, is it easy? Is it difficult?
It seems hard.
It seems hard.
It's the absolute easiest thing ever. So
Okay.
this is the Babe Waves. This is from Trademark Beauty. All you have to do is literally
Push the
open it
button.
and press on your hair.
How many
Hold it
seconds?
at a
Just like-
45-degree angle. Yeah. It has a heat control device between 200 and 450 degrees.
Hold
you can hold
it.
it down for like maybe 15, 20 seconds. Really let the heat
but
soak
does
in.
that
No,
look
it's not
right,
plugged
Ashley?
into
And then you
it.
go down?
Exactly like that. Then you
Wait,
go down.
I think I could
and
use
you have
it.
the perfect mermaid
I think
peachy
you're
hair.
doing it.
You don't even have to turn your
I
wrist.
just made those. No, I didn't. Y'all, that's how my hair was.
It is so absolutely
But I want to
easy
try.
to
Can
have
I try
Babe
that?
Waves. Yeah, you
and
can
I'll
try
do
it
it before
with
and
you.
after.
Oh my God, we would. Babe Waves Trademark would love that.
I think we could use that, Hoda.
You think so?
I do. Okay, now what's this?
So for the perfect beachy hair, you know on the beach you get flyaways, you get that halo of frizz. So this is TG Bedhead. It's a pomade wax stick. So you pick it up, it has like a push-up pop underneath.
Ooh,
There's
I love
no
those
white
push-up
residue.
pops.
Like I
And
have
then what do
super
you do?
dark
So where do you
hair.
put it?
So you can just put it. You can put it on me. You can do it on you.
I'll do it. Should
Yeah,
I try
it
it?
lays down the baby
No, wait,
hairs.
I have to go do
Here,
it.
I'll do it on
Don't
me.
do it. Okay.
So you just lay down like the little baby hairs on the side.
Yeah.
So you can keep your ponytail really
Wait,
nice and
actually,
smooth.
Is that how
How's
like
it smell?
Kim
It
Kardashian
smells,
gets her
yes,
split?
yes,
That's
it
how
smells
Kim
like
Kardashian gets her
lavender.
Well, I don't know if it's hers. We don't know.
No,
It's
she
not.
said yes.
But it keeps it nice and slick, and it fits in the palm of your hand. It's really inexpensive,
wax.
so it's perfect.
Does it
to
wash
toss your
out
beach
easy?
bag.
Just
it
wash it
washes out easy, and it's perfect for a summer
How do you put it
pony.
back down?
You have to-
I think you just push it.
with your
Yeah.
fingers.
Oh, I want
And
to
then
try
use
that.
the excess.
Okay, everything I want to try. Now, what do I want to try? This?
Yes, of course you do. So this is Bronze
Bronzing
Glow by
Glow.
Roxanne Rizzo. This is a personal and professional favorite of mine. So this is a glow on the go.
Are you wearing this glow?
I
You're
am putting
you're
it
totally
on
doing
now
that.
for you, but it
Oh my gosh, we
evens
need
out
this
the
for our
skin.
legs.
So I self-tanned with a giant Band-Aid on. So
Oh,
I'm
no.
like,
Let's
it's perfect because I can even out my my tan line. I fell running, and I have like a huge, I'm a klutz. But this makes me look perfect and smooth.
Okay, good.
And does it get on clothes?
Does not transfer, does not get on clothes. Let it dry for a few seconds. It comes in travel size and full size.
What is the scrub?
So this is a mesh exfoliating tool. This is from the Love Scrub. It's amazing.
So what do you do with
So it stretches up to 50 inches. You can get your entire body. This has been used
At
in like
one time?
At one time.
like a towel?
No, like a lather.
Yes.
Yeah, like a towel.
Yes.
You can do
How does that
back
feel?
knee. It's amazing. It feels incredible. And it lasts for up to 18 months, so it's less clutter in your shower.
I want to feel the difference.
Well, you use it in the shower. You can get a super rich
I'm
lather.
serious. This side is softer. Is it? You're pretty soft.
It's amazing. And it comes in lots of fun different colors. We love it.
What is this DF?
So this is from Dermaflash.
This gets your hair off.
Yes, it takes off the peach fuzz, so it's perfect for travel.
Remember when I tried it?
Can I tell you, Ashley? I have a question about this.
Yeah.
I don't like. I get scared of this. I feel like you're going to grow in whiskers.
No, it doesn't make your hair grow thicker.
She told me not to do it. She said that I was going to have a beard, but I don't have a beard.
No, you don't. It won't grow in thicker. It's battery operated, so I love this because it's perfect for travel. So if you ever get in the car and you're like,
should watch a video. Do it in the car?
You can do it in the car. Yeah, in traffic, the sunlight's the best light.
Okay.
It's battery operated. So
I like to shave. Okay. What is it? Deodorant?
So no, this is from Curel Japanese Skincare. This is a deep moisture spray. So it's moisturizer that you don't even have to apply with your hand. It's packed with ceramides. You can use it on your legs, arms, and it's great for your face as well.
And you know what else I love about
hydrating.
Is that it's good for kids and you don't have to
just spray your children as they run by and they don't have to like battle with you for hydration.
Yes, I love this.
Okay,
is this bronzer?
Every product is good.
Yeah, thank you guys. So this is from Makeup by Mario. This is his new soft sculpt skin enhancer.
Where do you
so
put
it's
it?
like a 3-in-1. I love this. You can use it with a brush to define your cheekbones. It's a skin perfector, so it gives a little bit of coverage, and it's like a bronzer.
But you're all
you can
glowy
feel it.
anyway.
Well, I have a full face of makeup
Mario
on now.
who does Kim Kardashian?
Yes, it is.
So this is
and
what
it comes
Kim
in
Kardashian
6
does?
different colors.
Segment.
Comes in 6
see.
different colors. It's buildable and blendable for all skin types.
I don't know if it was on the
No,
brush.
it
it's
was.
Perfect, 'cause
It
you can do
was.
it without even looking in the mirror. It just gives.
I don't know. Oh my gosh, we love you. That
was
amazing.
awesome.
I really want this.
Oh my
Thank
God,
you,
that's
guys.
really good.
You guys can take everything home.
What a show. Guys, we'll see you back tomorrow on Today.
Yeah, have a great Wednesday. We have nothing to tease.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
bye.
New York City is home to so many iconic foods. But when the city that never sleeps wakes up for breakfast, they want a bagel with a cream cheese schmear piled high with lox.
There's no other city that makes a bagel like a New York City bagel.
I have not had good bagels in any other city.
I came out the wounds eating bagels.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. If New York's known for anything, it's its bagels. And we got them all. Everything bagels, rainbow bagels, pumpkin bagels, croissant bagels, and of course you can't have them without a schmear. While the bagel first came from Poland, many food historians say its pairing with salmon and cream cheese originated right here in the Big Apple. In this town, few specialty food shops are as beloved and as historic as Russ and Daughters.
I've been waiting in line probably 15-20 minutes, but it's definitely worth it.
I like the contrast of the flavor. It's like a nice little bagel with salty lox.
Something about the salmon and cream cheese together, like I try to make it at home, but it's nothing compared to Russ and Daughters.
They've been serving premium smoked fish to hungry New Yorkers and folks from around the world for over 100 years. Just a few blocks from the store is the Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Hi, Al.
Hey, how are you?
Welcome to the Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Nice to see you.
great to
guys.
have you here.
Thanks for having us. This is beautiful.
Thank you.
Nikki Russ Fetterman and Josh Russ Tupper are the grandchildren of the original Daughters. These cousins are fourth-generation owners, carrying on their family's culinary legacy.
So This is Russ and Daughters. This is our great-grandfather, Joel Russ, who started the business, his wife, Bella, and his 3 daughters. Josh and I have the same grandmother, Anne. She was the youngest of the 3.
Was it unusual at that time for you, because you usually would see so-and-so and sons, but to see Russ and Daughters?
Very unusual.
But, I mean, honestly, if he had had sons, it probably would have been Russ and Sons.
Well, thank goodness he did.
We like to think of him as a feminist, but he was a good businessman.
Joel Russ immigrated from Poland in 1907.
And he started just standing on the streets of the Lower East Side selling schmaltz herring out of a barrel. And a family could feed itself for 2 nights with 1 fish.
In 1914, he opened his first brick and mortar shop, J. Russ National Appetizing. Joel and his wife had 3 daughters, Hattie, Ida, and Ann. When they turned 11, each daughter began working with their dad. What was their relationship like with him? Because he's your dad, but he's also
your boss.
Your boss.
Yeah. And I think he cared more about being the boss and the shopkeeper. He was a new immigrant to this country who was just trying to survive and make a place for his family. And that was his focus. And he saw his children as cheap labor.
The sisters grew up learning all aspects of the business. In 1935, Hattie, Ida, and Ann became Joel's partners. The shop was renamed Russ and Daughters, making it the first in America to bear "and Daughters" in its title. When your great-grandfather decided to start Russ and Daughters, why the Lower East Side?
After Ellis Island, this was the starting off point for the majority of poor Jewish immigrants. This is where they landed and they got their start. And so he was just feeding basic food to other poor immigrants like himself.
At the turn of the century, this neighborhood was one of the most densely populated places on the planet. Many immigrants from all around the world lived in overcrowded tenement buildings, the conditions having a profound impact on their diets.
One of the things about Lower East Side Jewish food is that a lot of food wasn't made at home. When you don't have running water or when you don't have electric or gas stoves, it's really hard to do very much cooking. And so for women who are responsible for feeding their families, they had to get food from push carts, from restaurants, from bakeries.
Joel Russ was one of many vendors catering to this new population. I've always been curious, how did it come about, or from what you've heard, that somebody thought, hey, here's this round bread, we'll put some fish on it, but oh, by the way, before we do, let's put some cream cheese, some dairy on it.
Yeah. First of all, Russ and Daughters is the torchbearer of what's called appetizing. And this is a food tradition born here in New York, and it's the sister food tradition to delicatessen, both of which come up through the Jewish kosher dietary rules. You have to separate fish and dairy from meat. So a delicatessen, strictly speaking, is for meat. The appetizing store is where you go for fish and dairy, things like herring, smoked fish. When we say bagel and lox, most people are, we're referring to a smoked salmon, but the original bagel and lox was not with smoked salmon.
Technically, lox, or belly lox, is salmon cured in salt, which preserves fish without refrigeration. There's no smoking involved, and it's incredibly salty, so it pairs perfectly with tangy cream cheese. But who was the first person to put lox on a bagel?
So no one really knows how bagels, lox, and cream cheese all came together. We know that bagels come from Eastern Europe. We know that lox kind of comes basically from Nova Scotia, kind of. We know that cream cheese is an American food. But what we know is that these things come together as part of a compromise between different generations of American Jews.
Jewish law prohibits cooking with most heat sources on the Sabbath, so the combo of bagels and lox created a filling meal for observant Jews to enjoy on the day of rest.
It's good for a family, but you or your daughter-in-law didn't have to be spending the previous day cooking.
As one of the country's oldest appetizing stores, Russ and Daughters has been serving kosher meals for generations. and the weekends are still their busiest days.
I can't think really of anything that's more New York than lox and bagels.
I agree. I think that this is a food that came up through the Eastern European Jewish immigrants to New York. But now it's transformed and just become New York food. It belongs to all New Yorkers.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to go spend some time with you. Appreciate
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
In the United States, women own less than 20% of all businesses. At the iconic Russ and Daughters, co-owner Nikki Russ Fetterman is building on the legacy of her grandmother and great aunts.
Growing up, you followed in the footsteps of strong women who may not have chosen this, but took it on and obviously made it really successful. What is it like for you following in those footsteps?
It's a tremendous feeling to be now the great-granddaughter. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a good customer of ours. Her family came from the Lower East Side, and she once said that before she knew the word feminist, when she looked up at the sign, Russ and Daughters, she understood that women could have an impact.
Your family's business, Russ and Daughters, has survived 2 world wars, a depression. You're here in the shadow of the World Trade Center.
Yes.
Why has this place been able to not just survive, but thrive?
I think because in each generation there has been someone who wanted to do this. This is food that people turn to for comfort in hard times. And during the pandemic, we saw that people were shipping Russ and Daughters all over the country to their loved ones because they couldn't be together. And so sending, bagels and lox and babka, say, I love you, I miss you. Here, let me feed you.
Having a schmear over Zoom.
Oh, there was a lot of that.
Okay, so you can get smoked fish pretty much everywhere these days, but not quite like this. The salmon sold at Russ and Daughters is prized for its high fat content, from the milder Gaspé Nova to the smokier Scottish. And this gourmet fish is all sliced by hand.
When you hold it up, it's almost translucent.
That. Yeah, I think we should show you how we get it that thin.
Yeah, me and a sharp utensil, what could possibly go wrong?
It takes up to 6 months of training to master the slicing technique here.
So Al, I hear you have some knife skills.
Well, I've been in a fight or two, but it's probably nothing like yours. So how long have you been slicing salmon?
I've been at the store for 20 years.
Wow.
So I've been slicing for a while.
All right. So I watch people slice, and I'm amazed at how patient, because it seems like that's part of the skill.
The reality is, when you know how to slice, it is one of the most relaxing things you can do.
Very zen.
Very zen.
Ooh.
Meditative, right? The trick is, don't look anywhere on the fish. You have to really feel the fish.
Be the fish.
Be the fish, which is a very difficult concept to train someone.
Understood.
And particularly the first couple slices are. Don't be upset if they don't look great. The idea is to make a consistently thick slice. You making faces at me, Al?
No, I'm just watching you not watch the fish. All right.
Okay.
Here we go. Be the fish. Not looking.
You should look.
I should
You
look.
got a sharp knife in your hand, Al. And you can see that as you change the angle of the knife, it changes the thickness.
Yeah.
Right?
So now that's
drastically,
a very,
more than you think.
That's more than, oh my gosh, that's a very thick
We call
slice.
those chuletas.
Chuletas?
Yeah. Chops.
Ah.
In Spanish.
I was going to say, that didn't sound Yiddish.
not
That did
Yiddish.
not sound
Not
Yiddish to
Yiddish.
me.
Yeah.
Does the way you cut it affect the taste of it or the texture of it?
The texture, which affects the experience of the salmon.
It's almost like you're eating the essence of salmon, not salmon.
It's very delicate. It's a very appealing texture and mouthfeel. Yeah, the thinner.
Josh, thanks so much. Nice meeting you.
Such a pleasure to have you.
Smoke them if you got them. Up next, how fresh salmon gets turned into lox.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys. Did you feel calm?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I'm here at the Acme Smoked Fish Factory. Now, there is something fishy going on in there, and you better believe I'm going to find out what it is. The folks at Acme process, smoke, and pack nearly 8 million pounds of fish every year. They sell to eateries all over the country, including Russ and Daughters. It smells of smoke and it smells of fish.
That's the way it's supposed to be. It
All
smells
right.
like New York City.
Yes.
All right, so as you know, in any food plant, food safety is of paramount importance.
Right.
I see you got your boots on
I
here.
just happen to be wearing these.
Awesome. I'll walk you through the process of how salmon turns into smoked salmon.
Adam Kaslow is the 4th generation owner of Acme Smoked Fish. His great-grandfather, Harry Brownstein, started selling fish after immigrating from Russia to Brooklyn.
Harry started in the smoked fish business in the early 1900s, in 1906 to be exact.
Out of a push cart?
Out of a horse-drawn wagon. Wow. He would go around buying fish from different smokehouses throughout Brooklyn and Queens and had himself the sales route. You know, he worked close to 45 years. I mean, his dream was to open up his own smokehouse, and it took him 45 years to finally achieve that.
Wow. Adam now runs a massive smoked fish empire, supplying many of New York City's popular bagel shops, from H&H to Essa Bagel. Acme also selling to national grocers like Trader Joe's.
At the end of the day, it's all about the fish. We bring in fish from all over the world. Smoked salmon is probably the most popular thing that we make, and our salmon come from different places: Norway, Scotland, Chile, and Alaska.
It can take up to 5 days to make smoked salmon. Every order is made to the buyer's tastes, from the type of salmon to the curing method. The first step, cutting a whole fish into fillets.
Whoa! Yeah, so this is a 12-kilo whole salmon that I caught over here in Long Island Sound. No, I'm just kidding. This is an Atlantic salmon. It's farm raised. We use Atlantic salmon because it has the most fat, and fat equals flavor when making smoked salmon.
Right. So what are you cutting out, the backbone there?
Yeah, this is the bone.
Carving into a fish this size requires expert hands. After the fish is filleted, it's preserved with salt. The fish is then treated with a wet brine or a dry cure.
Okay, so let's dry cure some salmon.
Good.
First thing, we're gonna get it onto the raft.
Okay.
So, see if you can pick up this salmon, grab it by the tail.
Okay.
Grab with your other hand.
Underneath.
And we're gonna lay it onto the screen.
Okay.
Perfect. Great. Step 2, we're gonna grab a handful of salt.
So it's just a thin layer.
Yep. Right along the top of the dorsal. Like kind of down the center line, I suppose. And we'll give it a nice love tap.
That's it?
That's it. This fish is rather large. So traditionally we would probably wet brine this fish, but for smaller fish, the dry cure lasts about 24 hours.
Okay. That's a huge fish.
Right.
After curing, the fillets are cold smoked for up to 20 hours. This process imparts a subtle, smoky flavor.
Let me show you how the smoker works. So, these are a collection of that wood chip blend that we were talking about earlier.
There are different ways to smoke fish fillets. Hot smoking results in flaky, opaque fillets. Unlike traditional lox, smoked salmon is cold smoked below 85 degrees. This helps the fish retain its silky texture and makes it perfect for slicing.
Ready to help me get this bad boy into the oven?
You bet.
All right. All right.
Hey now.
Let's close her up.
Woo! Shut her down. After the smoker, the fish is cooled, then packed for shipping.
What would your great-grandfather say if he could see all of this?
I think he'd be amazed of how difficult it was for him to achieve his dream.
Right.
Now his descendants have been able to build upon that dream and build us into one of the preeminent smokers in the U.S.
Up next, a vegan deli taking on tradition with plant-based lox and cashew cream cheese? Oh, you don't want to miss this.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Back on the Lower East Side, two sisters, inspired by their Jewish heritage, are on a mission to make the food they loved growing up in a more sustainable way. Ladies, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Boom,
you.
want to show me around?
Please, come
Please,
on in.
lead away. Erica and Sarah Kabursky are the co-owners of Orchard Grocer, an entirely vegan market inspired by classic delicatessens.
This is our healthy cashew cream cheese.
They want to make the vegan lifestyle easier for all. Right after college, they opened their first business, a shoe store called Moo Shoes.
We opened our vegan shoe store 20 years ago.
How are they? They're comfortable?
About 5 years ago, we decided that we were going to update it by adding our vegan grocer, basically because it seemed like that's what our customers want. After asking us what our shoes were made of, probably where should I go eat was the second most common question. So we decided to create an experience where they could just go eat next door.
Growing up in Queens, the sisters' Jewish culture and food were closely linked. They had 10 Jewish delis in their neighborhood alone.
Probably every Sunday, it's a tradition in our family, dozen bagels at the bagel store. A dozen always meant 15. I don't know why that was, but with the cream cheese and lox, and that was just how we spent our Sundays.
Both sisters became vegan as teenagers, but felt they lost a piece of their roots by giving up certain foods.
I think our parents were supportive of our changes to the vegan lifestyle. We grew up in a very culturally Jewish household, so all of our traditions were just based around food.
Today, a lot of folks are going vegan for a variety of reasons, from reported health benefits to concerns over animal welfare. For the sisters, it's also a matter of global importance.
We're watching climate change happen right now, and I think that's causing a lot of people to think twice about what they're eating and how they are contributing. So it makes sense to us that it is becoming so mainstream.
In 2017, Sarah and Erica saw not just an opportunity to satisfy a growing market, but to pay homage to their Jewish roots.
We wanted to have a good sandwich selection that really epitomizes like New York deli food. So obviously a bagel and lox was going to be there.
Orchard Grocer sells a variety of vegan sandwiches, including Reubens and tuna melts. But the sisters are most passionate about serving up a sense of nostalgia.
People are so worried about giving things up. So I think just creating those alternatives and just something that people are familiar with and gives them that feeling of home.
Yeah, like we haven't had to give up our Sunday tradition of bagels and lox.
To help make their unique deli a reality, the sisters hired vegan chef Nora Vargas. Nora shares a passion for plant-based foods. She also knows how to turn carrots into salty lox. How did you come up? I mean, you have to think, okay, what can mimic a smoked salmon?
Yeah.
So how did you, was it look like you thought, well, the only orange vegetable out there,
Exactly.
other than a sweet potato, is carrot.
We know the texture that we need to go for. We know the flavor that we want to go for. So we started with the color and then we just kind of built it from there.
Okay, so let's get started. I'm
Let's do
really
it.
fascinated.
Okay, all right, I'm excited. So we have prepared, what do we have, maybe 10 pounds of carrots here for you.
These are huge. These would have been huge carrots.
Seriously, yeah, like
Wow.
the size of my forearm.
But you have sliced them very thin on a mandolin?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
exactly. All right, so we're all gloved up and we are going to, the next step in this process is to apply our rub
Okay.
to our carrots. So in here we have a mixture of
sugar, salt, and the rest I can't tell you about.
Oh, it's a secret kind of thing.
Yeah.
So this would be kind of like the brine that you would use, the dry brine that you would use on fish.
Exactly.
Except it's going on vegetables.
Yeah. We got our inspiration for a lot of different components of this recipe from the way that you would actually prepare fish if we were preparing fish and not carrots.
Right.
Coat everything.
Interesting.
Oh no, don't smell it. Don't figure out the secret just by smelling it. Okay, now.
Because if I figure it out, she's going to have to kill me.
So I'm just gonna start rubbing, just smushing everything in there. Once we get everything coated, we would let this sit for 3 to 6 hours, probably. Okay, great. So I think we nailed it.
Okay.
In here.
Another secret ingredient?
Definitely.
Jeez,
Yeah, but I can tell
a lot
you.
of secrets here at Orchard.
I'll tell you a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, so it's a combination of olive oil and aquafaba.
Aquafaba?
Yeah, are you familiar with that ingredient?
I don't know.
You know when you're opening up a can of beans
Right.
and you gotta drain them?
Yes.
The stuff that you drain out, that's aquafaba.
Aquafaba?
It's bean water.
It's bean juice.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm gonna pour,
Okay.
and then you can kind of do the same process
Okay,
that we
same
did before.
process.
Just squish it all in there, okay? Yeah, perfect. After we had let our carrots sit for 3 to 6 hours, we tossed them in the oven.
So they bake.
We like to call it cold smoking just to sound like classy.
Like the process of making smoked salmon.
Exactly, yeah.
That does look very much like smoked salmon. And what would a bagel and lox be without the cream cheese? This vegan spread is made with raw cashews, salt, some secret spices, and coconut oil, all blended together with soft tofu.
Should we make a bagel?
Sure, let's do it. Chive talking. Cheers. This is a really terrific idea.
Thank you.
Thank you for opening my eyes.
Oh, thank you so much.
I appreciate it. That was fantastic. Okay, a great way to finish things up. I mean, we've seen the history, we've gone to the past, we were in the present, and you have brought us the lox and bagels of the future! A bagel with cream cheese and smoked salmon is a uniquely American combination. Born from Jewish roots, transformed by local ingredients, and carried on by new generations, this breakfast tradition has truly stood the test of time when it comes to food in New York City.
Good morning. Take a hike. The Fed expected to announce historic steps to tame inflation, the biggest increase to interest rates in 30 years, with Americans paying more on everything from gas to groceries.
Headed up to here. Really.
Will it be enough? And should it have come sooner? Complete coverage live from Washington. State of emergency. Yellowstone now